All right, good afternoon again, everyone. Welcome to the Paper 1 Math Marathon. So what we're going to do is we are going to look at Paper 1. So we're going to start at, let's start with May 2020, and we'll work our way up to the more recent one, depending on how quickly we get through. We'll do a bit more older papers, but this is where we're going to start, okay? All right. Our first question is -3 squared plus 2 -2 squared is equal to what?
D. Yes.
Which one?
D.
D. All right, so let's work it out. -3 squared would be 9. 9 plus.
I got the answer. Where is the answer?
9 plus 4 is 13. All right. Yes, everyone agree with D being the answer? Great. Let's look at number 2. What is the value of the digit 2 in the number 48.621?
Hundredths.
Hundredths. So it's going to be A. 2 over 100 because of the place value.
Miss, can you explain how?
Yeah.
Sometimes in regular, like, whole numbers, no numbers without decimals, I can't tell the place it's in, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. So you're talking about the place value of regular numbers?
Yeah.
All right, so side back. Let's say we have 7, 8, 6, 4, right? This is a regular number. So our place values, we would start at the last digit. So this would be our ones, this would be our tens, hundreds, thousands. All right, and if the number had more values like 8, this would be our tens of thousands, so on and so forth. All right, so it just goes up. So what you can do, start at your last number and write the letters above it. So it's ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000s, millions, so on, right?
Yes. Yes, that's okay now.
All right. And for anyone that may have issues identifying decimal place values, my decimal points, let's say I have 1, 2, 4, 8. What you need to think about, or a trick that I have learned over the years, is when deciding the place value, think of your decimal point as 1, and for each value, add a 0. So the 1 would be 1/10, the 2 would be 200ths, the 4, 4,000, 8, 10,000s. All right? So for decimal place values, think of your decimal point as 1 and add a 0 as you go along. So for the number that we would have had to find the place value for, my decimal point was 1, the 6 would be a 0, and the 2 in which we are trying to find would be 2 over 100. All right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Is that clear for everyone?
Yes.
All right. Let's look at question 3. Using the distributive property, 49 multiplied by 17 plus 49 multiplied by 3 would be which answer? Which one do we think it would be? Distributive property.
A.
A,
A.
right? 49 multiplied by 20. Because if we were to add 17 and 3, we would get 20, and we are still multiplying that 49. Are we okay?
Yes, miss.
All right, so if I answer any question, or if someone gives an answer and you all are not sure about how we got it, just say and I will explain it, okay? Question 4.
Close and walk from the house to hand.
A total of 540 beads are shared in a ratio 4:5. The larger share of beads is, all right, so if we're doing ratio, all right, I think someone sent the answer. Let's see if they're correct, and then I'll explain. The person said that the answer is C. The answer is C. So let's explain how it is done. Because they are saying that it's a 4:5 ratio, we need to get the total. So basically, it is divided into 4 plus 5 shares, right? So we have this total, we are dividing it into 9 shares. Our total, 540 beads divided by 9, 60. So 1 share would be 60 beads. They want us to figure out the larger share, which would be 60 multiplied by 5. Hence my answer, 300. Are we okay?
Yes, miss.
All right. Then question 5. 0.45 written as a common fraction in its simplest form.
A.
Someone said A. In the chat, someone also said A.
I don't know how to convert decimals to fraction. No.
All right.
Decimal.
That's fine. Let's do it together. So just as we were doing the question 2, where I said, when you have the decimal number, we find its place value by considering our decimal point as 1 and putting zeros. All right. So in this case, the number that we have as a fraction would be 45 over 100. They said that they want it in its simplest form. So then we need to break this fraction down. So we look for a number that could go into 45, that can also go into 100. That number is 5. 5 into 45, 9. 5 into 100, 20. So the persons that said that A was the answer, they are correct. All right, so when converting decimals into fractions, same procedure as if we're looking at the decimal place value. Think of your decimal point as the 1 and add zeros, then break it down. All right, question 6. Dan sold 40 tickets in 5 days. Each day, he sold 3 more tickets than the previous day. The number of tickets he sold on the 3rd day was, see, I think I got answers. All right, so I got someone saying the answer is A. Let's work it out. If he sells tickets he sells 40 tickets, so you know he has a total of 40 tickets, and each day he sells 3 tickets more than the last, right? So let's work it out. On the first day, he would have sold X tickets. Then second day, X plus 3 tickets. Third day, X plus 6 tickets. Fourth day, X plus 9 tickets. And his 5th day, was X plus 12 tickets. So I just basically took the information that they gave us. He sold tickets for 5 days, and each day he sold 3 tickets more. All right, so total 40 tickets. All right, so let's simplify this. He would have sold 5x plus 30 tickets to be equal to 40. And then we are going to solve for x. Right, so we know we subtract the 30. We end up with 5x is equal to 10. Divide by the 5 on both sides. X would be equal to 2. So on the first day, he sold 2 tickets. So on the third day, he would have sold X plus 6 tickets, which is 8 tickets sold. All right?
I
Are we
don't
okay?
really get this one.
Repeat.
I don't really get this one.
All right, so let me clear it and do it again.
After you wrote the 5x plus 30 equal 40, I don't know that.
Okay, so just from the 5x equals 5x plus 30 equals 40. All right. So I'm clearing it off and writing it over for you. Right. So when I simplified what I wrote there, which was the sales for each day, meaning that he sold 3 tickets more each day, that is what it would simplify to 5x plus 30 is equal to 40. So this is an equation for us to solve, for us to figure out what value is x. So if I have to add 30, I'm going to subtract 30 on both sides. Because remember, solving equations, I need it to be balanced. So whatever I do on one side, I must do on the next. So I end up with 5x is equal to 10. No space. Right, 5x is equal to 10. And because when we are solving equations, we need to solve using the opposite operations. 5x means 5 multiplied by x. So if I'm trying to undo the multiplication, I am going to divide by 5 on both sides. So I end up with x is equal to 2. And because they're talking about the third day, I have, I have x alone being my first day, x plus 3 being my second day, x plus 6 being my third day, which is the day in question. So I would have 2 plus 6, which is equal to 8. He sold 8 tickets on the third day. Right, so I just wrote out the information they gave me, simplified it, and then solved the equation.
It's a lot clearer.
All right, great. So let's go on to number 7. Right, so in number 7, we have a Venn diagram. And the Venn diagram shows the number of students, the number of persons in a sport club that plays either rugby or basketball. And they want us to find out the number of members who play rugby but not basketball. Any guesses?
Yeah.
Which one?
15.
Right. So B is the answer. So let's look at the Venn diagram. we are looking for these persons only, the persons that just play rugby. So 15 would be correct. Question 8. We have another Venn diagram, but this time they want us to state what is represented by the shaded region. So if we look at the shaded region, we have what is outside being shaded, and then the entire, well, Q is being shaded as well. So let us look. The only thing that is not shaded is P. Can we see that? The entire set P is not shaded. Everything outside of P is shaded, and in set terms, that would mean that what is shaded is P complement. This little apostrophe next to the P there means complement, meaning everything that is outside of that set.
Hold on, Miss.
Yeah.
I'm not that strong in Venn diagrams.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done these in a long time. Could you
Re-explain?
again?
No problem. All right. So we are trying to figure out the shaded region in the Venn diagram, right? The only thing that is not shaded that we can see is the entire P set. You're seeing that the entire circle that is represented by P is not shaded.
Yes,
Right.
Miss.
Right. So as long as it is everything that is outside of P, because Q is shaded, even the other sets in the universal sets, even though we're not seeing anything, the box is shaded as well. That means that we are looking at everything except P. Everything in that Venn diagram except P is shaded. So that means P complement. Complement means everything except P. And it is represented by just this little apostrophe there. Right? Meaning this P complement means every single thing except P. So the only thing that is safe or not shaded is just P.
So complement, like the little mark above P, means everything except that.
Yes, everything except P.
So it says the shading region represents. How does it represent P complement? I don't really.
All right. So P complement is the same as saying everything except P. So complement just means it's basically saying that everything excluding P is shaded. Because if you look at the diagram, everything else is shaded except the circle that represents P. So complement means
Everything
except, yes.
Okay.
Sure?
Yeah. It's all right.
All right. All right. All right. So let's look at question 9. Treats item 9 and 10 refers to the Venn diagram that shows the universal set U and two sets T and C that represents his children in the class who plays tennis and chess. All right, so my first question, how many students play both games? How many students play both games?
A.
A,
B.
A. So we have conflicting answers. Someone said A, which is 2, and someone said B, which is 3. Anybody else wants to give their answer a try? Think about which it is.
D.
Someone says D. All right.
I don't see any there. As I said, I'm not really skilled in Venn diagram.
In Venn diagrams. All right, so let's look at it. In the circle that is T, what are the names we are seeing? How many names is just in the circle T?
4.
No, what about Paul and Rima?
Yeah.
In the entire circle T, in the entire circle T, we have Ali, we have Alex, we have Tom, we have Kayla. We also have Paul and Rima. So there are 6 students playing tennis. And let's talk about chess. Who's playing chess?
Paul and Rima.
Paul and Rima. But if we look at the location of the chess set, it is inside tennis. So the amount of students that play both is 2, which would be Paul and Rima because they play both tennis and chess. Look at the circles properly. You're seeing it?
Yes.
No. Yes.
Sure. All right, so let's look at question 10. They want us, using that same diagram, to answer how many students play exactly 1 game.
2.
How many?
2.
4.
Paul and Rima.
No, Paul and
No.
Rima playing 2.
No, yeah.
So the
Right.
students that play in exactly 1 sport would be Ali, Alex, Tom, and Kayla.
So 4.
4.
So what is Dora, Chaz, and the dog for?
They are not playing any of the games. Those are the members of the universal set that play neither tennis or chess. That's why they are not inside of any of the circles. So in a Venn diagram, when you have your circles and you have any numbers or names of whatever the set is representing that is on the outside, these are not included in what the sets are showing. So let's say they had another question that asked, how many students play neither chess or tennis? It would have been 3 because these 3 students are not included in any of the 2 games that our circles are representing. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So let's look at question 11. Question 11 refers to the following information on the description of 3 sets. So we have the P representing prime numbers, O representing odd numbers, and R, representing even numbers. They want us to figure out which of the following sets would be empty.
D.
D? Explain to me why you say D.
Because
D is
odd
correct.
numbers and even numbers don't make.
Exactly. Odd numbers and even numbers cannot be intersected, meaning there are no numbers that are odd that are even. All right? This symbol in between Q and R
Miss,
represents, yeah?
I don't really know what the U and the N is and what an empty set is
Okay.
to begin to answer the question.
All right, no problem. So an empty set is literally a set with no members. Right? So we have no members in an empty set. It's just as the name says, it's empty. All right? And the U symbol represents union, meaning we can bring all the symbols together. And the N represents intercept, meaning that they share figures. So just as with this Venn diagram in question 9, the amount of people that are in chess, that are in tennis, that would be an interception, meaning they are shared figures, right? So the N means intercept, meaning that they appear in both sets. U means union, meaning we combine them.
Intercept of 9 would be Paul and Rema.
Yes.
And what would the union be?
All of them together.
So everything in the circles.
Yes.
The union is when you add them up.
If we are talking number of elements, yeah.
And if we're talking names, you just put the names together.
Yes.
Okay. So hold on. So when they say that you don't include the universal part of it.
Not really.
Okay.
All right. Let's look at question 12. If set A, the number of elements, so that's this N that we're seeing represents the number of elements. So they are telling us if the number of elements in A is 14 and the number of elements in B is 15 and the number of elements in A intersect B, meaning the number of elements that they share, is 6, they want us to find out how many elements would be in A union B. How many elements would be in the set if we were to count all of them together. So let's look at how this is done. We are trying to find the number of elements in A union B. So this would mean that I need to add the number of elements in A to the number of elements in B and subtract number of elements in A intersect B. So this is going to be 14 plus 15 subtract 6. The answer is C. Because if I have 14 elements in A and I have 15 in B, if we think of it as separate sets, that would be a total of 29, right? But we have 6 elements that are in both sets. So that means we don't need to count them twice. So we subtract them, total amount. When we combine or we union sets A and B is 23. Any questions? Is it clear?
Clear enough.
Great. All right, so question 13. A dress costs $180, is being sold at a discount of 10%. The amount of the discount is
C.
C, $18. Just a second, I'm now seeing some messages. All right, yes, the answer is C. Right, for anyone that is unsure, when we find 10%, we know percent is out of 100, 10% of 180, end up with 18. All right, question 14. A diner at a restaurant was advertised at $60 plus 18% tax. The total bill for the dinner was anybody? So let's work it out. First thing we need to figure out is how much is our tax. So we would have to find 18% of the 60, right? That is $10.80. When we're talking total and we add it back to the 60, our answer is B, $70.80.
Missy, can you do that again, please?
Do it again? Sure. So we're reading the question, and the question is asking us, well, the question told us that the restaurant advertised that dinner would be $60 plus 18% tax. The first thing we need to figure out is how much tax we would be paying. So that would be 18%, which is 18 over 100, multiplied by the 60. Let's put it over 1. All right. I am to work this out. 2 into this 5, 2 into this 9, 9 sixes, 54, 54 over 5. That would be 10 and 4/5. If I were to convert 4/5 to a decimal, it would be 10.8. I'm adding a 0 since it's money. So then the total amount for dinner would be 60 plus the VAT amount, which is $10.80, to give me $70.80. Better? You seeing it now?
Yeah, Miss, thanks.
All right. Question 15. The cost of a refrigerator is $1,850. A buyer who is given a 5% discount for paying cash will pay. Okay, so the first thing that we would need to do is find what is the discount amount. So if we can do this question 2 ways. We can firstly find 5% and then subtract it from the total amount, or because we are getting 5% off, that means we are paying 95%. So let's find 95% of the total. And let's work it out this way. Or you can find, so we're doing it 2 ways. The 5% of the total. Right? Either way, if we do it with the 95%, we wouldn't have to subtract. If we do it where we find the 5%, we would then have to subtract, because finding 5% would just give us the discount amount. Just a second, please. I am not able to read the messages in the chat. Hold on. Yeah, the chat is not allowing me to go down to the end to read your messages. Okay, I just got down and I'm seeing people giving the answer. All right, so a lot of you said that the answer is C, and that is correct. But for those of you that don't know how to calculate it, these are the 2 ways it can be calculated. We find 5% of it, right? We end up with 185 divided by 2, which would give us 92.5. I'm adding a 0 because it's money. Then we subtract $92.50 from our $1,850. Or when we find 95% of the $1,850, we get the answer without having to subtract. Right, so which way you decide to calculate it is your choice. Either way, you would get the same answer. All right, question 16, the annual interest rate on a mortgage on a house assessed at a value of $450,000 is 5 cents on every dollar. What is the interest paid on the mortgage for the first year? Anybody?
No idea how to complete this.
No idea? All right. Anybody has any ways they think that is to be calculated, or you'll just want me to do it? All right. So the first thing that we need to do is we would need to calculate or convert the interest rate from cents to percentage, right? And because it is 5 cents on every dollar, it is equivalent to 5%. So we just divide it by 100. All right. And our interest to calculate would be the value of the house multiplied by the interest. So it's going to be 5% of our 450,000, which our answer is B. Gosh, sorry, I don't know why it's scratching like this. All right, my answer is B. So the first thing that I had to do, because you're not going to sit in the exam and try to figure out 5 cents on each dollar and then count how much percent you're going to have. Convert it. If we're talking about 5 cents on each dollar, we can convert it from cents to percentages by dividing by 100. We would get 5 cents is equivalent to 5%. All right,
So if it,
then
so
go
if
ahead.
it's 5 cents on every $2, it would still be 5%?
No,
Hmm.
that would make it an entirely different question. Right, if it was 5 cents on every $2, it would not have been 5%. It would have been something like 2.5%.
And how would you calculate that percentage?
All right, so if we're talking about cents to dollars, we know that how many cents do we have in $1? 100, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
We have, right. So if we're talking about 5 cents out of this dollar, we know that a dollar is 100 cents. So we are talking about 5 out of 100. If it was $2, it would have been 5 out of 200.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
I don't even know what to say. So I would have put the 5 over 200 then if it was $2?
If it was out of $2, yes. If it was on every $2, because remember, if we're thinking dollars and cents, to make up $1, it's going to be 101 cents, 100 cents, right?
Yeah.
And if we're talking about 5 cents on every dollar, it would be 5 out of the 100 cents, out of the total amount.
Okay.
Got it?
Alright. Yeah. So what you're doing here is you're finding 5% of 450,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, which should be 22,500.
So do you have, how would we do that?
How would
quick?
you do it? All right, so here it is. I have 5 over 100. I crossed out the 2 zeros in 100, and I crossed out the 2 zeros in the 45,000. So now you're just multiplying 4,500 multiplied by 5. 0, 0, 5 5s are 25, and 5 4s are 20 plus the 2. This would be the quickest way to do it. Put it over 35 over 100 multiplied by the 4,500, 450,000. I cross out the 2 zeros at the top with the 2 zeros from the 100, and I just multiply my numerators. It should end up being 4,500 multiplied by 5 to give us 22,500.
Is clearer?
Hmm?
It's a lot clearer.
Lovely. Question 17. Simple interest on a sum of money invested at 5% per annum for 3 years was $90. The sum of money invested was. So in this case, we are looking to find our principal, right? So we know that, let's talk about the formula that everyone should know, and then we'll manipulate it. My simple interest is principal by rate by time over 100, right? However, I want to find my principal amount. So my principal amount is simple interest multiplied by 100 divided by rate by time. Right, so I just made the principal the subject of the formula. So that would mean I have now 90 multiplied by 100 divided by 5 multiplied by 3.
So the principal is 90 and the rate is
No, the interest is 90. They told us that the interest invested on a sum of money, they told us when it was invested for, how long, and the rate, and they told us that the interest is 90.
oh, so we got the simple interest.
Yes,
Then
they gave us the interest and we're trying to find the money invested.
so what we did with the formula is we just switch the principal. Since we're trying to find the principal, we just switch it like
Basically, so what I did was, I did the opposite operations. So in the original formula, principal by rate by time divided by 100. If I want to move this 100 from over here, I would have to multiply. That is why it ended up being simple interest multiplied by 100. And on the principal, it is being multiplied by the rate multiplied by time. So that now switches to divide.
I can't seem to understand how you made the formula.
Okay. So I did it by, we call it transposing or changing the subject of a formula, right? And to change the subject of a formula, what I am doing is I am trying to remove everything from, so we're looking at the simple interest formula. I want P to be by itself. So I am now going to take all of the other terms and move it over the equal sign. Remember, when we move anything over the equal sign, the operation changes. So because it is divided by 100, if I move it over, it is now going to be multiplied by 100. Is that part clear?
And when you move over the P, you said?
No, the P staying the same. The P staying in place, I'm moving everything else from the P. So the first thing that I'll move the 100. In the simple interest formula, it is divided by 100. If I am moving it over the equal sign, it will become multiplied by 100, as we can see. Just a second. As we can see here, right? It becomes multiplied by 100 there. Then I am now, P is staying the same, but P has to be multiplied by rate by time. Because it's being multiplied by rate by time, the opposite of multiply would be divide. So therefore, I am moving these two terms over my equal sign, which was previously being multiplied. So now it has to be divided by, because it's the opposite operations.
Okay, it's not 100%. I don't really understand 100%. However, I'll probably catch on to it with another paper.
Okay, no problem. So when we work this out, 9,000 divided by 15, my answer, the amount invested was $600. The answer is C. All right, number 18. At the end of the year, any car is worth 5% less than it was worth at the beginning of the year. If a car is worth $9,500 in December 2016, then the value in January 2016 was so in other words, they gave us the value at the end of the year, and they want us to find the value at the beginning of this year. Does anybody want to attempt finding this answer? I got an answer. All right, so I got two answers. Someone said B, someone said C. Another person said C. Those of you that are saying B or C, can you all tell me what make you think the answer is either B or C? Anybody else has any input on how we're going about finding this answer? No?
5% of the 9,500 and then subtract it. So
5%. Nope, it wouldn't be A. That's the trick in this question.
Miss, it
If we
would
find
B.
it would be which one?
be
B.
Miss.
C. All right. Well, let me just clear up something. Someone said find 5% of the 9,500. That is the trick in this question. Because when it starts, they told us that at the end of the year, someone speaking, Renisha?
No, you can go ahead. Never mind.
Okay. They told us at the beginning of the question that at the end of the year, a car is worth 5% less than it was at the beginning of the year. But then they turned and they gave us the value at the end of the year, not the beginning of the year. They gave us the value at the end of the year, and they want us to find how much it was worth the January. Right? So for those of you that said B, you're not correct. For those of you that said C, I want to know why you're saying C. How did you get C as the answer? Unless you're just guessing. It's people messaging. You add back the 5%. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So from the messages that I'm receiving, they are saying that they are adding back the 5%. So in other words, this 9,500 that we have in December, so 9,500, this is just 95% of the total value, right? That is 95% of the value, because we know that at the beginning of the year, we would have lost, between the beginning and the end of the year, we lost 5%. Is that part clear? Yes, no? So therefore, if 95% is the 9,500, 1% would be the 9,500 divided by 95%, which is 100. So if 1% is 100, and we want to find 100%, 100 multiplied by 100, your answer is C. So for questions like these, see if you could always find that 1%.
Could you go again? Because I got A for some reason.
You got A. You got A because you found 5% of 9,500. That is why you got A. But for this question, we need to work kind of backwards, I would like to say. So let me clear and do it over.
Okay.
Let me clear and do it over for you.
Okay.
Right. So they are telling us that at the end of the year, the value loses 5%. Then they turn and they gave us the end of the year amount. So that would mean if it lost 95%, then 95% would be what it is equal to in December, which is 9,500, right? I already deducted my 5% from there. So if I'm trying to find my total amount, the 100% that it was in January, let me see what 1% would be. 1% would be the 9,500 divided by 95, which is 100. So if 1% is 100, and I'm trying to find 100%, it is going to be 100 multiplied by 100 to give you 10,000. Then if you go so far as you work backwards, if you find 5%, if you deduct 5% from 10,000, you would get back your 9,500. Okay?
So if I found 5% and added it to it
If you found 5%,
and added it.
if you found 5% of the 9,500, you wouldn't get back and then add it back. So let me see. You would have gotten B as your answer if you did that. Not even B, the answer not there. But if you found 5% of 9,500, you add it back, you would have got $9,975. That is not even one of the options there. And then for anyone that said A, that would be because you would have found 5% of the 9,500 and then subtract it, which still would not give us the amount that the car started as.
Miss, can you redo number 15 real quick?
We do number 15 real quick.
Yes, please, Miss.
Sure. All right. So for number 15, they told us that the cost price of a refrigerator is $1,850. You are getting a 5% discount if you buy it cash, right? So let's find this 5% discount. So 5% of $1,850. I'm just breaking it down. I canceled my zeros. 5 into 5, 1. 5 into 10, 2. I am now going to have to find 185 divided by 2, which would be $92.50. Well, 92.5, but I put it as 50 cents because we're dealing with money. Because we're dealing with money, and then I'm going to subtract. So the original amount subtract the 92.50, and we get 1757.50. Right, so let me do it out. This becomes 4, 9, 9 subtract 2 is 7. 14 subtract 9 is 5, and bring down the 17. $1,757.50 is your answer. So find 5% discount and then subtract it from the total.
Okay, thanks, Miss.
No problem. All right, number 19. A television set costs $350 when it is bought. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30. How much money is being saved when you buy cash? So let's work out. What did you say?
D.
All right, let's work it out and see. So let's figure out the cost, the higher purchase amount. So we have my deposit, which is 35 plus 12 payments of $30, 30 multiplied by 12. Right, that is going to be 35 plus 360, which is $395. If we're wanting to know how much money we're saving by cash, subtract 350 to see how much more we are paying for hire purchase, which is $45. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yes, please.
Yes, miss.
All right. Number 20. A man's regular pay is $3 per hour up to 40 hours. Overtime is paid twice the regular amount. If he was paid $216, how many hours overtime did he work? Okay, so let's firstly calculate his base salary, which would be his hourly pay, his amount of hours, sorry, multiplied by the amount that he gets paid. So that is $120 is his regular pay amount. right? That's how much he gets paid on a regular. His overtime amount is twice the regular pay. So his overtime rate is $6, right? So let's work out how much money he made in overtime this month, which would be $216. Subtract 120. He made $96 in overtime. Let's divide that 96 by the overtime rate, which would be 16. He worked 16 hours overtime. When you're given a question like this, calculate his base salary, which would be his regular hours, which is 40 by his hourly rate. No problem, we did that. Is everyone clear on how to do that?
Yes, miss.
All right. Then they gave us information about his overtime rate being twice the amount of his regular pay. So that would mean his regular rate is $3, his overtime pay is $6. He got a total of $216. Let's figure out how much he worked for overtime. His overtime amount was $96. If he got $96 and he's being paid $6 an hour, you do the division and he gets $16. No, sorry, he works 16 overtime hours. All right. Number 21. We have 3x subtract 4x plus, subtract 4 open brackets x plus 6. The first thing we need to do is let's expand our brackets. So the problem will become 3x subtract 4 multiplied by x, which is 4x, negative 4 multiplied by 6, which is negative 24. When we simplify, 3x subtract 4x, negative x subtract 24 would be the answer B. Everybody agree with B being the answer?
How did you, after you wrote the 3x minus 4x minus 24, how did you get x minus 24?
Because 3x subtract 4x, when we do subtracting,
Is 1x. Oh,
it will be negative 1. Because remember, 3 is less than 4.
yeah.
So it can't
Okay.
be 1. So that's where the negative x came in and the negative 24 stays the same. That is being untouched because it doesn't have any other whole numbers in that problem, in that expression.
Okay. Good.
All right. So we have to find if 5 open brackets 2x minus 1 is equal to 35, then we need to find x. So again, we have brackets. Let us expand our brackets by multiplying what is outside by what is inside my brackets. So 5 multiplied by 2x would give me 10x. And 5 multiplied by negative 1, negative 5, is equal to 35. Let us solve this equation by adding 5 on both sides. I end up with 10x is equal to 40. Divide by 10 on both sides. X is equal to 4. Your answer is D. All right. Number 23. If x is an integer that satisfies the inequality 4 is less than 2x, which is less than or equal to, 6. Then, so we're looking to find x. Sure, no problem. What we can do is if we're looking to find x, we have for my inequality signs, if I need to find x, I can just divide by 2. I'm dividing each term by 2, so I end up with 2 is less than x, which is less than or equal to 3. My answer is A. Are we seeing that?
Why we
All right.
using 2?
Because they gave us, we use 2 because they gave us 2x in our question, but we're looking to find x. So if I divide 2x by 2, I'd have to do it for each term.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Number 24. All right. So given that 3, hold on. Just give me 1 second, please. All right. So given that 3, I'm just going to call it a star, 6 is equal to 12, and B, star again, 5 is equal to 9, then AP must be defined as. So we're trying to figure out the relationship between A and B with the numbers, right? So if we're looking at the first value, the first set of numbers, this would imply that A is 3 and B is 6. We clear with that part so far?
Yeah.
It's just feeling like you're blowing up my chat. All right, so now let's plug in our values to work it out. So let's start with A. We have 4, and I'm plugging in the values, right? We said that B is 6, and A is 3. So this would give us 12. So it works there, right? Let's see if it is going to work for the second one.
Can you redo how you got that equation?
Which one? What I wrote in blue?
Yeah.
Okay, so given what they gave us in our question, I'm just taking the 3 as A and the 6 as B because they gave it to us here as well. Right, so we're just doing a bit of substitution. All right. Let's see if we were to think that B is the answer. So we have 3 squared minus 6. That's 9 minus 6. We're getting 3. So it's not looking like B is the answer. C, 6 trees are 18. Sorry, no. A is 3. Right? 18 minus 6. We got 12 here as well. And 2A, which is 6 plus B. So we got 12 in 3 different places. You're seeing that? So let's try it with our next equation. This one here, where we are taking A as 2 and B as 5. So let's go. We have 4 by 5 minus 2. We got 12 for the first one. Second one, 4, because 2 squared is 4 minus 5. We got minus 1. Then we have 6 by 2 is 12 minus 5. That's that's 7. 2a is 4 plus 5 is 9. So that the answer or the equation that satisfies both values for a and b, which one is it? Someone sent it in the group that the answer, in the chat, that the answer was D. D is correct. So all I did for this question, I substituted my values for a and b in each equation to find the answer. Okay?
Still don't get how you guys got D.
Pardon?
Still don't get how you guys got D.
Figure. I didn't hear the question clearly.
I still don't understand how you guys got D. Because
B?
I understand the substitution, but how did the answer D?
How did I answer? B, as in a squared minus 5?
No, D.
D. Oh, because D satisfies both. When I'm looking at, okay, so let me clear some space.
So when you say satisfies both, you mean that,
The both values for, so in the first instance, they're saying that
2, 3 is 6.
right is equal to 12. Using A as 3 and B as 6
And then
would be equal to 12 for one of these options here. And then using A as 2 and B as 5 would equal 9 using one of the options that they give us.
Okay.
So I plugged in all of the values. I used each one to see which one would give me. When I use 3 and 6 would give me 12, and when I use 2 and 5 would give me 9, and that one was D.
Okay. Looks good.
All right. You sure you want me to do it over?
No. It's okay. But
All right.
what I would do is in the exam, I would probably just go through each of them and just substitute and
All right, that's what I did.
yeah.
All right. So let us look at number 25. If P plus Q is -1 and P multiplied, well, PQ means P multiplied by Q is -6, then P cubed plus Q cubed is equal to let us work it out. So there is a formula called the sum of cubes formula, right? So that is what I'm going to use. And that would mean that, hold on, I think someone has the answer. Yes. So for those of you that send the answer, yes, it is. Let's work it out. So we are trying to find P cubed plus Q cubed. And the formula would be P plus Q cubed subtract 3 times PQ by P plus Q. Let's put that into the figures that they gave us above. This is -1 cubed subtract 3 by -6 by -1. That is going to be -1 subtract 18. -19 is the answer.
Can you go over this, please?
Over it. All right. So this is a formula. The formula I wrote it there. So P cubed plus Q cubed, we call it the sum of cubes formula, right? Which would be what they gave us. First, p plus q cubed. So that would be -1 cubed. Subtract 3 times the product of the two values, the p and the q, multiplied by its sum. It's 3 times pq, open brackets, to signify multiply p plus q. Writing it out. -1 cubed, subtract 3, pq is -6, and well, p plus q is -1. -1 multiplied by itself 3 times will give us -1. Subtract 3 by -6 multiplied by -1, which gives us -18. -19 is the answer. Because our signs are the same, so we add and keep the sign. All right, number 26. The distance L that an elastic string is stretched by hanging an object of mass m varies directly as the mass of the object. If a 5 kg object stretches the string 31 centimeters, how far will a 29 kg object stretch the string? All right, so distance that the string is stretched varies with the mass, right? So that would mean that this is a variation question, of course. That would mean that my distance of my string, which is L, varies with the mass, right? Where K is the constant that is proportional. Someone has the answer. Let me see if someone has the answer. I'm getting a message. Yes, Kadeem, that is the answer. So Kadeem gave the answer. So let's work it out. So if we say that they are telling us that the distance the string stretches 31 centimeters of a mass of 5 kg. So let's look at it. 31 is equal to K by 5. So let's figure out what K is to help us work out the rest of the problem. This is 31 over 5. K is 6.2. Right? So then, if they say that the object is 29 kg, how far would the string stretch? So we're trying to find the distance. So we have K, which is 6.2 multiplied by the 29. 179.8 centimeters would be the distance. Right? So for this question, when I said it's a variation question, we must always figure out what K is. K is that constant that is proportional for any value. So for any mass they gave you, you'll be able to multiply it by K to get the distance the string is stretched. Or if they give you the distance the string is stretched, dividing it by K would give you the mass. So that K value that I found as 6.2 can work to find any of the things you need to be asked, be it the distance of the string or the mass of the object. Okay? Question 27, given that the matrix A is equal to 1, 3, -3, 3, 0, 5, then 3A equals, this just means we are multiplying each term in that matrix by 3. So my answer is going to be A. 3 multiplied by 1 is 3. 3 multiplied by 3 is 9. 3 multiplied by -3 is 9. Second row, 3 multiplied by 3 is 9. 3 multiplied by 0 is 0. 3 multiplied by 5 is 15. All right. Item 28 refers to the matrix P. So they gave us the matrix P as 8, 6, 7, 5. They want us to find the determinant of P. So to define the determinant of any matrix, we have A, D, subtract B, C. Right? So this is A, this is B, this is C, and this is D. So we would have 8 multiplied by 5, subtract 6 multiplied by 7, what is my answer? All right, I'm seeing people answering. Yes, the answer is B, because it's going to be 40 subtract 42, which would give us -2. Any questions? Do it again, sure, no problem. Someone asked me to do it again, so I'm just going to do it over. Right, so to find the determinant of a matrix, we multiply what we say AD by BC. That's just the positions of the terms in the matrix, right? The elements in the matrix. So that's why at the top of it, I wrote what they are. So I wrote what A was, what B is, C, and D. So that would mean A by D is 8 multiplied by 5. Subtract B by C is 6 multiplied by 7. 8 5s are 40. Subtract 6 7s are 42. 40 subtract 42, the answer is -2. All right, question 29. Item 29 refers to the following vectors, P and Q, where vector P is 3, 7, and Q is -2, 5. The vector P subtract Q is represented by, let's work it out. If we have P, which we know, which they gave us as 3, 7, so that's 3, 7, subtract -2, 5. 3 subtract -2 is 5, and 7 subtract 5 is 2. So my answer is C.
And you hear what I'm telling you? You hear what I'm
Pardon?
telling you?
If I'm hearing you, yeah?
Hang up on me now.
Azari, are you speaking to me? No? Okay. All right, so let's look at item 30. Item 30 refers to the following diagram of triangle PQR, in which L is the midpoint of P PR. So we could see that we are seeing that L is in the middle of the line, PR, and QP is represented by vector A, and QR is represented by vector B. They want us to find PL. All right, so let's work it out. They want us to find PL, which is in the midpoint of PR. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to figure out the vector that is PR. So we need to figure out the vector that is PR first. And if we're starting at P and we're trying to go to R, we can't pass L. There's no vectors there. So we're going to go this way, which is P to Q, and then Q to R, right? P to Q, this is going to be minus A plus B, right? Or it can be written as B subtract A. That is the vector PR. In the description of our question, they told us that L is the midpoint of PR. So if it's the midpoint, that is going to be half of the line. So divided by 2, my answer is B. Can we see that?
Miss, can you do it together?
It's over, sure, no problem. All right. So I am trying to get, they want us to find PL. We don't know what PL is, so let's use the vectors that we were given. So we have to find PR because PL is half of PR, right? So let's bear that in mind because that's what they told us, that L is the midpoint of PR. So to get from P to R, we are going to go from P to Q, and then from Q to R, right? Going from P to Q, we are going the opposite direction of the vector. So it's going to be minus A. And QR, that vector they gave us was B. So to write this in simpler forms, it would be B subtract A. This is what PR is equal to. But I want to find PL, which is half of PR. So PL would be half of B minus A over 2, which is B. Right, that is half of the vector PR. Are we okay?
What did you get? How did you go from negative 2 plus B to B minus A?
How did I go from?
Negative A plus B to B minus
I
A.
just switched them
Oh,
because they didn't give it to you in the answer as, so if we left it the way we did it first, which would be negative A plus B, and we found half of that, this is what we would have gotten, which is the same as the answer that I circled. But
So what-
because they didn't, go ahead.
why wouldn't you use negative 2A, since from P to Q, there are 2 A's would make like the entire distance there?
From
Oh.
P to Q, okay, so the vector going from Q to A, right? From Q to P. Hence the arrow, right? We go in the opposite way. We are going this way. So once you go in against the original arrow or the original vector, we go in negative A. And then from Q to R, that's B. So that's where we got negative A plus B. But because they didn't give it to you that way in your answer, we just switch it. It doesn't matter once the signs are the same. So B is still positive and the A is negative. So whichever you write first doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
All right. So let's look at number 31. The length 3,800 millimeters represented in meters is which answer? First and first, do we know how many millimeters are there in a meter? Yes, Destiny, you are correct. The answer is B, because we have 1,000 millimeters in a meter, so we divide 3,800 divided by 1,000. Right, so we get 3.8. The volume, so we need to find the volume of a cube whose edge is 10 centimeters. The formula for the volume of a cube would be edge cubed, which would be 10 cubed. 10 multiplied by 10 multiplied by 10 is 1,000. D is your answer. All right, so the distance around the edge of a circular pond is 88 meters, the radius. So they want us to find the radius. So the distance around a circular pond, that could come as if we're saying the circumference of the pond, right? Yes? And the circumference is 2 pi r. So they told us that it's 88. So 88 is going to be equal to 2 pi r, but we just want to find r. So if we were to move 2 pi over the equal sign, our operation would change. So instead of multiplying by 2 pi to find the radius, it is going to be D as the answer. Are we okay?
Yes, miss.
All right. Number 34 refers to the diagram that is not drawn to scale, which shows a cylinder with a radius of 3 centimeters and a height of 8 centimeters. Calculate the volume of the cylinder. So first of all, the volume of a cylinder is pi r squared h, which is going to be pi by 3 squared by 8. So we have pi multiplied by 9 multiplied by 8. 9 8s are 72. My answer is C, 72 pi. Can we see that? Are we seeing that? Are we okay?
Yes, yes.
All right, so let me re-explain it. They want us to find the volume of the cylinder, right? So I wrote the formula, but in this case, they didn't tell us what we're using for pi or anything like that. So that's why the pi symbol remains in our answer. So let us work out with the information that they gave us. We have pi, because that stays, we don't know what we're using for pi. R squared, they told us that our radius is 3. So it's 3 squared multiplied by the height, which is 8. So I have pi multiplied by 3 squared, which is 9, multiplied by 8. So the only thing that I can clear up is 9 multiplied by 8. So I have pi to be multiplied by 9 eighths are 72. So this is what I would have had to work out to find the volume. So my answer in my series of answers that I could possibly get, I have 72 pi, which would make sense. Pi multiplied by 72, 72 pi, same thing. All right? Number 35. So we have the sector of a circle, and they want us to find the length of the minor arc. No, if the length of the minor arc is 8 centimeters, calculate the circumference. What is the circumference of the circle? All right. Just a second. I think somebody giving me an answer. Someone said C. Everybody agree with C? How did you get C, Kareem? Tell me how you got C. Kareem said C is the answer. I'm waiting for Kareem to tell me how we get C. Right. Okay. All right. So he said, but he is correct because the answer is C. He is saying that if he puts 60 over 360, because that's the angle that they gave us, meaning that is the angle in the sector, right? And they are telling us that the length of the arc PQ is 8. To find the entire circumference, we would basically have to, let me move this. Moving this from there. So to calculate it, we are going to multiply 360 by 8 and divide it by 60. Right? So they gave us one piece of this circle, the sector, which is a 60-degree angle, and they told us that that 60-degree angle, the length of the arc is 8 centimeters. And if we were to think of it, not even in calculations way, if we have one piece that is 60 degrees, that is 8 centimeters, the others, in other words, we would have 6 of these making up a whole circle with a length of 8, and we multiply it. Okay? So whichever way you think about the question, you would always get the same answer once you do it correctly. Are we okay? Right. So I got different ways to answer the question, but all in all, we all got 48 as the answer. Right. So let us look at question 36. A man leaves home at 22:15 hours and he reaches his destination at 400 hours. On the following day, in the same time zone, right, how many hours was his journey? So in other words, let's think of it in what would be our regular time, right? First of all, if he leaves home at 15 minutes past of any hour, that comes as if he left 3/4 of the hour out. So we know that 45 minutes to make it to 23, right? So we're just counting time. So if it's 45 minutes to 23, then 24 would be 1 hour. So 24, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5 hours and 3/4 hours. By simply counting your times. So for those of you that may be confused using the 22 hours and 15 minutes, think of it as our regular time. So this is 10:15. So if I leave home at 10:15 and I reach my destination at 4 a.m., how many hours did I take? So let's say we have 45 minutes from 10:15 to 11. So let's start to count from 11. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1, 2, wait, no. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5 hours. And then my 45 minutes. Are we okay?
Yes.
All right. Item 37 refers to the diagrams which shows the square A and rectangle B. Which of the following statements is true about the perimeters of figures A and B? All right, so if we're talking perimeter, what will be the perimeter of figure A? My perimeter of A would be 48 meters, right? Am I correct? And the perimeter of figure B, my rectangle, is going to be 50 meters. Remembering the perimeter is the distance around. So statement A, perimeter A is equal to perimeter B. That is incorrect. Sentence, okay, I'm guessing the answer is B. B is the answer. The statement perimeter A is less than perimeter B, which is correct. Perimeter A is 48, which is less than 50. Can everybody see that? All right. Question 38. Ooh, somebody giving me the answer already. Question 38 refers to the diagram not joined to scale, which consists of a triangle resting on a square with sides 5 centimeters. They want us to calculate, if the height of the triangle is 4 centimeters, what is the total area of this figure? So it is going to be the area of the square, which if the sides are 5, somebody raising their hand. Hi, yes?
Miss, what was the answer for 37 again?
What was the answer for?
37.
B.
Okay, thank you.
Right. If I am adding, they want the total area of the shape. So the area of the square is 25 centimeters squared. And then the area of my triangle, which is going to be half of 4 multiplied by 5, which is 10 centimeters, then my answer is A. Do you agree with that? My triangle is resting on my square, which means that the base of the triangle is 5 and its height is 4. The area of a triangle based by height divided by 2 or multiplied by a half, whichever way you want to see it. When we add them, 10 plus 25, we get 35 centimeters squared. Number 39. What is, okay, given the histogram, it shows the number of children age 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 who took part in the survey. What is the modal age? The mode means appears most frequently, has the highest number, so the modal age would be C, 7. Question 40, we are then asked how many students took part in the survey. Let's see. We have 3, 4, 2. So we're adding the amounts, right? 5 and 1. So we get a total of 15 students. Yes, do you all agree?
Can you go back to 39 quickly?
Uh-huh.
Could we go back to 39?
Yeah, sure. Go back and explain it, or you just wanted to see it?
No, explain it, please.
All right. So they want to know the modal age, which means the mode means appears most frequently or has the most amount. So we can see that 5 children was 7 years old, which is the most frequent age, or that age appears the most times. Right? So that's why the modal age is 7, because there were 5 children that were aged 7 years old.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. All right. Question 41. Mr. Clark arranged the 15 tests of his students in order of size and selected the 8th score for reporting purposes. Which of the following statistical measures did Mr. Clark obtain? So let's think about what these are. What does the mean? The mean is basically the average. Mode, we just said this appears most frequently. Range, this is the difference between the highest value and the lowest value in the frequency. And the median, that is the number in the middle. So which of these do you think that he checked?
Can you repeat that again?
Repeat what? What they all are?
Yeah.
All right. So the mean, that is the average. That is where we add up all the scores and then divide it by the number of scores there were. Then we have the mode. The mode appears most frequently. Then we have the range. For the range, this is where you subtract the lowest value or the lowest amount in the data set from the highest amount in the data set. And then the median, this is when it is arranged from in ascending order, so from the smallest to the largest, and we select the number in the middle.
Okay. So the answer is D.
The answer is D. Right? Because if he would have 8 score, would be this middle score in the test scores arranged in order from smallest to largest. Right? Are we okay with that? Can we see that as the median? I see a few students said the range. Right, so it's the median, because we need to recognize that the middle score in a set of 15 scores would be the 8th score, because there are 7 scores before it and 7 scores after it. So if you were to arrange 15 things, what would be in the middle is the 8th item, dividing it into 2 groups of 7. Right? Think about it. We okay? All right, question 42. The pie chart below, not drawn to scale, shows how many students, shows how a student used 12 hours in studying English, maths, French, and geography. The amount of hours, the amount of time spent on maths approximately is, what do we say? If it's a circle, M looks like it is
3.
just about quarter, right? The answer is 3 hours. But if we're looking at it, we can say that mathematics is a quarter of the circle. So we find a quarter of 12, which is 3. All right?
Yes.
Number 43. If the mean of 4 numbers, 4, 8, x, and 12 is 10, then let's find what x is. So for the mean, we must add up all the numbers and then divide it by the total amount of numbers, right? So let's go. So we have 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12 divided by 4, and this is equal to 10. So we basically have 24 plus x over 4 is equal to 10. When we're solving anything with a denominator, we must multiply on both sides to get rid of this denominator. So I'm going to multiply by 4 here and multiply by 4 here. It is going to cancel on the left, leaving 24 plus x is equal to 40. And that is the equation that I am going to solve by subtracting 24 on both sides. I get x is equal to 16. Can we see it? Are we okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Question 44. Question 44 refers to the table which shows the results of a survey of 100 persons from 2 major ethnic groups, P and R. Respondents were interviewed about their attitude towards mathematics. All right, and then we have the question that reads, a respondent is selected by random. What is the probability that he has a positive attitude towards mathematics? All right. So the total amount of people that had a positive response to mathematics was 37. So if you're looking for positive, that is 37 over the total amount, which my answer, that as a decimal, would be 0.37. So for probability, it is the possible outcomes. In this case, it's the positive outcomes, which is 37 over the total amount of outcomes, which is 100. All right? Are we okay?
Yes, miss.
All right. Question 45. Which of the following illustrations, which of the following diagrams best illustrates a function? Anyone? Which of the following best illustrates a function? Right, I'm getting some answers.
Miss Saeed's okay.
She'll be back just now.
Miss says she got booted out and she's trying to come back in.
Hi everyone, I am so sorry about that. I got booted out for whatever reason. My sincerest apologies. Let us continue from where we left off. Right. As I was explaining, are you all hearing me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Right. As I was explaining, in order for any of the diagrams to be considered a function, it means that the arrows pointing from left to right, it has to be only going one place. So in A, we see that the second entry is going two places, which wouldn't make it a function. In B, the last entry is going two places, not a function. C, the middle entry is going three places, also not a function. However, in D, each of the entries are only going to one place. All right? So for it to be considered a function, each input must only have one output. All right?
Yes, miss.
Lovely. Item 46 refers to the graph of a straight line. So let us look at it. They want us to find out the straight line AB cuts the y-axis at. It cuts it here. So that would be D, 0, -2. Are we able to see that?
No.
No? All right. So this is my y-axis here.
Oh. Sorry, I
Okay.
did not ask the question correctly.
All right. Right. So my y-axis is being cut by the line AB at the point 0, -2, meaning 0 on the x, -2 on the y. All right. Item 47 refers to the graph, and they want us to find the gradient of the line AB. So gradient is rise over run, meaning this is my rise, meaning how high it goes, and my run is across. Right, so we know the formula for gradient would be x, y2 subtract y1 over x2 subtract x1. We can also find that by, so let's say exam nerves and we are unable to think about, oh my gosh, what is the formula for gradient? Because it's that line, we could say it goes up 2 and across 4. So we say 2 over 4, which is rise over run, and that breaks down to a half. Right? Or we can do the subtracting of the coordinates, which would be y2 subtract y1 over x2 subtract x1, which is going to be the same 2 over 4, which is going to break down into a half as well. Okay? So one was just by counting the blocks in the diagram. The other one was the actual gradient formula. Are we okay?
Yes, miss.
All right. Question 48. If f of x is 2x squared minus 1, then f of -3 is equal to, so okay, so wherever we see x in the function, we are replacing it with -3. So we end up with 2 multiplied by 9, subtract 1, 18 subtract 1, the answer is 17. Are we okay? All right. Question 49. We are using the graph of the quadratic function to figure out the values of x at the point where the curve y is equal to 4x minus x squared intercepts the line y is equal to 0. I am seeing messages coming in. Let's see. Both of you are correct. That answer is A. All right. So according to the question, the line y is equal to 0. That is my x-axis line. And the the curve, the parabola, intersects that line at this point and at this point. Are we seeing that? All right. And then question 50, they want us to find the maximum point on this graph. Maximum point. Are you all seeing the maximum point? That would be this point up here. What are the coordinates for that point?
D.
D, 2, 4. All right, everybody okay? Everybody can see that? Question 51. A parking lot charges $1 plus 25 cents for every hour or part thereof in which a vehicle is parked. A function C of H that represents the parking cost is. So let's look at our options. We have to pay $1. So that dollar comes as it's our flat rate we're paying. Then we have to pay 25 cents per every hour or part thereof. So let's look at A. The function C of H is just telling us that we are paying 25 cents per hour. That is incorrect. Let us look at B. The option B is telling us that we are paying $1 per hour plus 25 cents. That is incorrect as well. The option C. C is saying that we are paying 25 cents per hour plus $1. So the option there, the answer would be C. Because it's the fixed cost, which is $1, plus 25 cents per every hour or any part thereof. Can we see that?
Yes, miss.
Sure, we're seeing that, right? All right. Question 52. Question 52 refers to the function, to the arrow diagram, which shows a function. And they want us to find out which of the following best describes the function in the arrow diagrams. Okay, so we have an option x plus 3. So let's look and see if that can work for all of them. To get from 2 to 5, we plus 3, from 5 to 8, plus 3, 8 to 11, plus 3, 11 to 14, plus 3. So yes, y would be equal to x plus 3a is your answer. Can we see that?
Yes.
All right. If the sum of the interior angles of a polygon is 4 right angles, then the polygon is A. We have 4 right angles in a polygon. What type of shape is it? Yes, for those of you that are sending D, it is a quadrilateral. Right? So that's as if it would to be, so my line's not straight. So 4 right angles would be a 4-sided figure, which is a quadrilateral, okay? Item 57. This shows a transformation. Right, so we're going from A to its image AB to AB prime, to A prime, B prime. Okay. So let's try to figure out the translation that maps AB to A prime, B prime is represented by what? Where did we go? So let us look at the coordinates, right? Let's take A into consideration, and the x coordinates we are going, you can say 4 subtract 2, which is 2. And then for our y coordinates, 6 subtract 5, which is 1. So from A to A, this is the translation, right? Let's see if it works for B's. So I have 7 subtract 5, which is also 2, and 8 subtract 7, which is also 1. So my answer is B. Are we seeing that? Meaning it was moved 2 places to the right and 1 place up. Next, we have,
Miss, can you do this, please?
we do it?
Yes, please, Miss.
All right. So it's a translation, right? So in transformation geometry, a translation is where we slide or we move the figure, the object, right? So if we're starting with AB, the line AB, and it is moved to give us A prime, B prime, and we want to know how much was it moved. So I am looking at A first. To get from 2 to 4, but I'm just subtracting it so you could see. So I'm subtracting where it stopped from where it began for my both X and Y, right? So it was moved 2 places to the right and 1 place up. Let's see if it works for B as well. 7 subtract 5 is 2. 8 subtract 7 is 1. Right, so in both cases, it was moved 2 places to the right, 1 place up. But we could also see that without even calculating. So if I start here, so this is 2, 5, right? And I move 1, 2 places, I got to 4, and 1 place up would take me from 5 to 6. So I moved 2 places to the right and 1 place up. If that is written as a column vector, it'd be 2 to the top, because that was 2 places to the right and 1 place up. See it? All right, thank you for the reaction. Let's look at question 58. This is another transformation question where it's saying OA, A prime, OB, B prime, and OC, C prime are straight lines. Triangle ABC is mapped onto triangle A prime, B prime, C prime by an enlargement with the center 0. What is the scale factor of enlargement? So let us look at our triangles. And the easiest way to figure it out is by comparing its length and its size, right? So easiest way. From C to B, it's 1. But from C prime to B prime, we could see 2 blocks, right? Everybody can see that? From
Yes.
A to C, we have 2 blocks, but A prime to C prime, we have 4 blocks. Similarly, A to B is 2 blocks, but A prime to B prime is 4 blocks. Right, so if we look at, let's look at A prime and B prime over AB. That will be 4 divided by 2 to give us a scale factor of 2. Even without the division, can we see that the A prime, B prime, C prime is twice the ABC triangle just by looking at the length of each side?
Yes, miss.
Right? So if you can't remember that you put the side of the image over the original and divide, this is a way that you can do it. Just look at your side. So I counted the blocks. That's what I did with those figures that I wrote in there. I just counted my blocks and I was able to see that it would be twice the size. All right. So we have item 59, which represents a pair, which is a pair of similar triangles. They want us to find the length of MO in centimeters. Let's think about what we know about similar triangles. So similar triangles, they have the same angles because they are the same triangles, but their lengths, well, their sizes are different. So even though the angles are the same, the lengths of the sides would be different, okay? So let's try to figure out the length of MO. So we would have, I'm getting some options, some answers. Let's see. Plenty people saying C. Why you all saying C? Tell me why we saying C.
Because AB
AB.
MN AB is twice the length of MN. Therefore, we just did the same. We did the same thing for AC and MO. We just cut 7.5.
Cut 7.5. All right. So in other words, we figured out the scale factor of the triangle would be, if we're going from the bigger one to the smaller one, it would be half. So therefore, if we found half of 7, it would give us 3.5. Yes. Everybody could see that, right? All right. Item 60. The diagram above, not drawn to scale, shows the angle of depression of point X from Z is 30 degrees. If X is 10 meters from Y, the height YZ in meters is. So in other, sorry. So in other words, they want us to figure out what would be this side here. What would be the height there? All right. So if the angle of depression is 30 degrees, this angle here would also be 30 degrees. All right. And if we're talking trigs, we are given the adjacent and we have to find the because according to Tower, when we are given the opposite and the adjacent, we have to use tan. In this case, we are finding the length of the opposite, which is yx, and they gave us the adjacent, which is 10. So that is why we use tan. Are we okay? Or are you all not seeing it? I would like you to do it.
Explain over, please.
All right. So this, oh, so I'm doing the problem as if I would have had to solve it, right? So I said that I'm using tan, so it would have been tan of the 30 degrees would be equal to, I labeled it as x, so x over 10, right? Because for tan of the angle is equal to opposite over adjacent, right? And if we are finding for x, we would have to multiply both sides by 10. It would cancel here, and I would be left with 10 tan 30 degrees, which is what would be equal to x, which is 8. All right? For this, label the sides of your right angle triangle, see which sides you are given, and then put it in order, like how I did it. Tan of the angle is equal to opposite over adjacent. So I have tan, the angle is 30, is equal to x over 10. Then I just moved the 10 over by multiplying by the 10 on both sides in order to figure out how we would have solved to find x, which is 10 multiplied by tan 30. Okay? Any questions? I am not sure if majority of the questions this year are going to be new, but there was talk about their CSEC getting new people to submit questions. So if that is true or not, I can't say. Right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you all a 5-minute break. All right, hi everyone. I hope you took your break, got water. Are you ready for us to begin another? All right, so we would have looked at May 2020. So let's come up a bit. And we will look at this people, right? I'm going to share my screen. Right, so let's look at this January 2024 people. All right, so question 1. 3.14063 written corrected 3 decimal places.
Miss, what
What do
year
you-
is it?
This is January 2024. All right, let me see, I'm getting answers in the chat. All right. So I am seeing that you all are saying B is the answer. That is correct. 3 decimal places. So we would, let me zoom in a bit. So we would look at, we are trying to get the 3rd decimal place, which is 0, but we need to look at the number after it, which is a 6. Because it's a 6, which means that it is above 5, we add 1 to the place in front to get 3.141. Is everybody okay with that? Question 2. What percent of 40 is 8? That would mean we are finding 8 out of 40% means multiplied by 100. 8 into 8, 1. 8 into 25. 8 into 45. 5 to 5, 1. 5 into 100. 20. The answer is B, 20. All right. Then we have question 3. 208.06 written in standard notation. So standard notation means that we are writing the number as a number in between 1 and 9 multiplied by 10 to the power of how many places we need to move the decimal point. So to begin, it is going to be 0.0806. And let's see how many places we need to multiply, how many places we are putting the 10 to the power of 2. So if it is, we have this number, 2.0806, and we want to get back to the original number, we would move our decimal point 2 places to the right. which means that the answer is going to be C. Are you all with me?
Can you do that again? Number 3.
All right. So standard notation means that no matter how big the number is, we are trying to write it as a number in between 1 and 9, and we are multiplying it by 10 to the power of how many places it would take us to get back the original number. So 208.06 as a number written between 1 and 9 would be 2.0806, right? Multiplied by 10. If I were to go back to this number, then I would have to move my decimal point 2 places. So it's going to be 10 to the power of 2. You okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Question 4. What is the least number of apples that can be shared equally amounts either 6, 10, or 15 children? So we are trying to find a number that can be shared equally amongst 6 and amongst 15. Meaning we are looking for the lowest common multiple of these 3. And that answer is going to be B. All right, because 30 is divisible by 6, 10, and 15. Okay. Question 5. We have, if $30 is shared in a $350, is shared in a 2-to-5 ratio, the larger share is going to be. So again, we have a ratio question. So 2 and 5, it is 7 parts. So if we have 7 parts, let's figure out what 1 part would be, which would be 350 divided by 7, which is 50. The larger part is 5. So 50 multiplied by 5. Your answer is D, $150. Are you all with me?
Can you do that again? Miss.
I'm just clearing it off. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So we have a 2-to-5 ratio that we are sharing this $350 in. So in all, we are breaking up the $350 into 7 parts, because my ratio 2 plus 5 is equal to 7. So I need to figure out how much would be 1 part. So that is 350 divided by 7, which is going 50. And they want us to figure out the larger share, which is 50 multiplied by 5, which is $250. B as the answer. Okay.
Go ahead.
Miss, can you redo 4, please?
And 15. So that means we must find the lowest common multiple of these numbers. Meaning, which number can what is going on with the internet?
Yeah, Miss Edwina.
It isn't me, I'm getting booted out. I am so sorry. Right, so I was re-explaining question 4 for someone. We have to find the lowest common multiple, meaning which number can each of those numbers go into, right? So the multiples of 6 would be, let's write it out. So the multiples of 6 would be 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, so on and so forth, right? The multiples of 10 would be 10, 20, 30, 40, so on and so forth. Similarly, with 15, multiples of 15, we have 15, 30, 45, 60, so on and so forth. In each of them, the first multiple they have in common is 30. So that would be the least number of apples that can be shared equally among 6, 10, or 15 children. All right? Number 6. There are 40 students in a class. Girls make up 60% of the students of the class. 25% of these girls wear glasses. How many girls in the class wear glasses? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to find 6 of 40 students to figure out how many of these students are girls. So 60 or 100 multiplied by 40 over 1. "24 of these students are girls." Or said at 20 wear glass. 25% of the 24 girls six girls glasses and stuff. Then question 7, the universal set U is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. And the set H is 3 and 6. To list the elements in the set H complement, meaning the set of numbers that are not in H. Does anyone have an answer for me? Remember, complement means not in that set.
B.
B. All right. Set H complement is going to have the elements 1, 2, and 5. Can everybody see that? Lovely. Let us look at question 8. Which of the following statements describes the integers from -3 to 6? X is not equal. That is also wrong. C says -3 is less than or equal is less than or equal to 6. C is correct. Which means, in other words, we are saying that -3 and equal to x, and x is less than or equal to 6. -6. Number 9, if x and y are two finite sets such that the number of elements 9, the number y are 10, as well as the number of elements in union y is 50. Intercept y. And the question that we would have done in the previous paper, where we had to find, I can't remember the exact sets letters, but we had to find it of the union. This one, we are finding the intersect. So formula for when we are finding the union, this is the number of elements in x union y would be equal to number of elements in x plus number of elements in y, subtract the number in elements of x intercept y, right? So let's put this into numbers. We have 15 is the amount in the union, which would be equal to the number of elements in x plus the number of elements in y. And this should have subtracted the number of elements of x intercept y. So in other words, we are finding number of elements of x intercept y is going to be 19 subtract 15, which is 4. Y'all okay?
Can you go over that one, please?
Not really. Can we go over?
All right. Let me clear it and I'll do it over. I'm just going to piggyback off of what we did in the previous paper, right? And this was where we said that in order to find, we had to add the elements in the both sets and subtract it by the number of elements in the two sets. So in this case, I am going off of this. The number of elements in X union Y. Elements in X plus the number of elements in Y, subtract the number of elements in X intercept Y. So this be 15 told us that is equal to the number of elements in X, which is 9, plus the number of elements in Y, which is 10. But we have to subtract, we don't know, the number of elements in X intercept Y. In other words, we have 15 is equal to 19 subtract the number of elements in X intercept Y. So if we were to find the number of elements in X intercept Y, that would be 19 subtract 15 to give us 4. Okay. Because if we have 9 elements in X and 10 elements in Y, but together we have 15 elements. The 15 elements mean that we took out those that are repeating. There would be 4 elements being repeated by all CSEC. So 19 subtract 15 would be 4. My question 10 refers to the Venn diagram. In the Venn diagram, X represents the factors of 12 and Y represents the factors of 9. The shaded region represents the set of all factors of Let's think about it. What are the factors? All right. 2, 3, 4, and 12, right? And then the factors of 9, So therefore, the shaded region represents the set of all factors of 3. Because what are the factors of 3? 1 and 3. Which is what would be in the middle here. We would have 1 and 3. And over 2, 4, 6, 12. And Y, we would have. Are you all seeing that? Okay. Number where they are asking us, which of the following pairs of sets is an example of a disjoint sets? First thing first, disjoint sets are sets that have no elements. So, which of these pairs would have no elements in? D. Even and odd numbers would be disjoint because there are no even numbers that would be in the odd numbers set. Is that okay?
Could you repeat what are disjoint sets?
Disjoint sets are sets with no elements in common. So they have no overlapping elements at all.
Okay.
Question 12. We have 30 students in teachers' May's class have either or none of the two. All of the students who have chosen a cat also as a dog. If the number of elements in cats is 12 and the number of elements in dogs are 16, which of the following Venn diagrams represent this? Right, so adjust it. Able to question at the same time. Any suggestions on what the answer might be?
Can I read the question again?
Sure. The 30 students in teacher May's class have either a dog, a cat, or none of the two. All of the children who have chosen, who have a cat also have a dog. If 12 students chose cats, so we have the number of elements in cats is 12, and the number of elements in dog are 16, which of the following Venn diagrams represents the information above? Let me see, I'm getting some answers in the chat. B is not the answer, guys. I already for me to give you all the answer. I'm still seeing guesses coming in. A is not the answer either. The answer is D. Why is the answer D? The answer is D because of this line in the statement, which says, if I'm not looking blue, all of the students who have chose a cat also have a dog. So therefore, the set of the cats would be inside those that said the dog. Are you all seeing it?
Yes.
Everybody that chose cats have a dog. So that would mean that the dog set would also have the cats inside of it. So that's why the circles are inside of each other, where we have 12 of them choosing cats. And the 4 that is extra is because these are the 4 that only have a dog alone. And then the 14 outside is those of them that don't have any of the 2 pets. All right, so that would be the line, that line that I underlined in this question, that sentence that I underlined is what would have thrown off a lot of you when answering this question. But they clearly stated that all of the students that have a cat also have a dog. Okay? So those are the little things that I need you to look into. Right? So the 12 students that has the cats intersect the amount of students that have the dog. 4 students out of the 16 that has a dog only, so that's why it's outside the circle, and the other 14 has neither. Are we okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 13. Excluding sale tax, how much will be saved on a video which costs $12 is sold at a 20% discount? How much will be saved if you are given a 20% discount off of a $12 purchase? What we need to do is we need to find 20% of 12, so that's 20 over 100 multiplied by 12. Right, so we have 12 divided by 5, 2, and 2/5, which can be written as $2.40. C is the answer. You all with me? Number 14. Number 14. If $2.50 EC is equivalent to $1 US, then $20 in EC is equivalent to how many US dollars? Let's write it out. EC $2.50 is equal to US $1, right? So if I find EC $1, that would be, hold on. I've seen people sending their answers. Right, so $1 EC would be 1 divided by $2.50. So if I want to find EC $20, it would be 1 divided by 250 multiplied by 20, which would give me $8. All right, so again, this is why I said for questions like these, we try to find for 1. Yes, B is the answer for those of you that answered B. All right, so in other words, it comes as if we are just dividing 20 divided by 2.5 to get our answer. All right, a television, the cash price of a television is $350. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30, which is saved by paying cash. we had a question like this. This is a repeat question. We had a question similar to this in our previous paper. Right? So we have to find the amount of the hire purchase, which would be 35 plus 30 by 12, which is $395. When we subtract our cash price to see how much money we are paying extra, $45 will be saved if we pay cash. All right. Number 16, a company employs 20 persons as gardeners and clerks. The mean daily wage of all employees is $22.40. If each of the 12 gardeners is paid $26 per day, then the daily amount paid to each of the 8 clerks is. So let's figure out what would be the total daily wage. So they gave us the mean. So for mean, we know that we have to add up all and then divide it by the amount of persons. So let's do it the opposite way, where we are going to multiply the daily mean by the amount of persons, and we get 448. Right? Hold on, I've seen somebody have the answer already. See, Miss, I have a question. Send your question in the chat and I'll answer. Right. So we have, pardon? Right, so let's finish working on this question. They then said the total, if each of the 12 gardeners is paid $26, the gardeners, the total wage for the gardeners divided by 12, which would give us $312. Let us find the total. The clerk subtracting. I don't think she's speaking. 106, and they said that it is clerks. So when we divide 136 by 8, get $17. So we had to work this question in 3 parts. They gave us the mean wage, so we need to find the total. So we know when we are finding mean, we add up all and divide it by the amount. We know that it's 20 persons, so we multiply by 20 in order to find the total wage that is paid daily. They then tell us that the gardeners are each paid $26 a day. If there are 12 gardeners, out of that $448, $312 goes to the gardeners, leaving $136 to the 8 clerks. When we divide 136 by 8, we get 17 as the answer. Are we okay?
Could you tell me why you divided by 8?
Because they told us they have a total of 20 persons. They said that 12 are gardeners, and we are then trying to find the daily amount paid to the 8 clerks. That is why I divided by 8. Okay? All right. A man's annual salary is 45,000. His tax-free allowance is a total of 13,000. He has to pay a tax of 20% on what is taxable. The tax payable is, so okay, we have a bit of calculating to do here. So he pays, let's firstly calculate his taxable amount, which is going to be the 45,000 subtract 13,000, which is going to leave 32,000 that he can be taxed on. All right, and now we need to find 20% of that. Which would leave 6,400 when I multiply 320, 20, I get 6,400 as the answer. Right, so he pays $6,400 in taxes. Are you all with me? All right, let's move on to question 18. Question 18 says, a salesman a car for $4,500 if he is paid a commission of 5% for the first $10,000 and 8% on the remainder. What is the total commission he receives? So again, this is a two-part question because they are saying that he is paid 5% commission on the first 10,000. So it's going to be 5% of the 10,000. And then he is paid 8% on the remainder. The remainder is 500. He's getting 8% of that 500. Right, so let's work it out. He's getting 500 commission on the first 10,000 and then $40 commission on the remainder. So our answer is C, $540. Is everybody okay? All right, number 19. A man's basic wage for a 40-hour work week is $160. He is paid $5 per hour for overtime. If he works 6.5 hours overtime in a certain week, then his wage for that week is. Okay, no problem. So let's work it out. We know that he's already getting 100 hours. So let's calculate how much money he would get. How much money he would get for his overtime. His overtime is going to be 6.5 hours, 6.5 multiplied by $5 per hour. That is $32.50 in overtime. When we add them together, we add the 160 that he gets for his basic wage and the $32.50 $1.50. Are we seeing that? Question 20. A calculator which is marked at $120, so discount of 30%. Would Susan receive, how much change she receive if she pays with $100? So firstly, let us calculate her discount amount to see how much she's paying for this calculator. So if she gets a 30% discount, let's see how much discount she's getting. She's getting $36 off, right? So to find out how much she's paying, it is going to be that 120 subtract 36. She's paying $84 for the calculator. If she pays with $100, 100 subtract 84, she's getting $16 change. All right, are you all with me? All right, number 21. Megan normally saves X dollars each month, but in August, she saved $4 less than twice her usual amount. In August, she saved, so let's dissect this question. If she usually saves X dollars,
E.
and yeah,
My answer is D.
your answer is B.
C.
C,
C. As in cat.
let's see.
I was gonna choose D, but C sounds more reasonable.
Okay, let's see. They are saying that in August, she saves $4 less. So we know that it's subtracting something than twice her usual amount. If the question said that she saved $4 less than, she saved $4 less than twice her usual amount. So her usual amount, we know, is X. $4 less and twice that, the answer is D. This question comes down to wording. If the question reads, if they told us that in August, she saved, no, sorry, they are telling us that in August, she saves $4 less than twice her usual amount. Right? What? You're thinking twice her usual amount is 2X, and then $4 less that. No. If she's accustomed saving X dollars and she saves $4 less than twice her usual amount. Okay, no. Sorry. C would be correct. because twice our usual amount would be 2x, and $4 less than that. $4 less than that would be 2x subtract 4. Number 22. This is one of those questions, again, that we have to, substitute the values for m and n. So if mn is equal to the square root of m cubed minus n squared, then 5 times, open brackets, 5. So this would be our m, and this would be our n, right? Let's focus on what is in our brackets first. All right, so let's evaluate. We have the square root of 5 cubed subtract 2 squared, which would be the square root of 125 subtract 4, the square root of 121, which is 11. But we are not finished there. We would have just done this answer. So now it becomes 5, and the answer for what is in brackets is 11. So now we do it all over again. So find the cube root, the square root, sorry, of 5 cubed subtract 11 squared. The square root of 125 subtract 121. The square root of 4, which is 2, is our answer. For this question, I would have had to do what was in the brackets first. In the brackets, at first, we will take the 5 as m and the 2 as n. However, that's just the brackets part. So the answer for that would have forced us to do it all over again, taking this 5 that is outside as m, and the answer from what we worked out in brackets as n. Okay? Number 23. Right. Number 23 refers to the diagram of a trapezium. The trapezium with a height of h has an area of x squared centimeters squared. The height of the trapezium in terms of x, expressed in terms of x. So in other words, we are trying to find the height. Can anyone tell me how we find the area of a trapezium?
Two diagrams.
Pardon?
Maybe split it into 2 diagrams.
This is into 2 diagrams.
And then find them separately. I don't know how I would find it, but
So we use it.
that would be a...
Since it's a trapezium, and we're talking area, let's write the formula, right? So the formula for the area of the trapezium is half a plus b to be multiplied by h, right? So let us fill in the information that they gave us. So they told us that the area of the trapezium is x squared. So x squared is equal to half. This is going to be my A and this is my B. Half of 2 plus x minus 4 by h. Are you all with me? I just substituted the information from my formula from my diagram into my formula.
I'm not really with you.
All right, so let's look at it again.
Kind of zoned out. Where did you get the half open bracket A plus B close bracket H
That's
from?
the formula for area of a trapezium.
Okay.
Because they gave us a trapezium and we're talking area. So I use the area of a trapezium formula. After I wrote down my formula, I am now substituting the pieces that they gave me. So 2 centimeters in the diagram, that would be my A. The side that is labeled x minus 4, that is my B. They also told me the area is equal to x squared.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question reads the trapezium. Sorry. The trapezium with height h has an area of x squared centimeters squared. The height of the trapezium expressed in terms of x is, right? So what I did was I wrote down my formula and then I substituted what they gave me. So the formula for the area of a trapezium is half, open brackets, A plus B, close brackets, by H, right? That's the formula. That's the formula we're working with. In the question itself, they gave us the area as x squared, which would be equal to half. A is 2 plus B is x subtract 4 by h. You see that? Yes?
Mm.
Right.
This
So now let's simplify this equation.
question is finished.
Pardon?
The question is finished.
No, the question, I didn't have the answer yet. I just stopped, rub it off, and re-explain it, and now we're going to work it out.
This is a very complex question.
Not necessarily. Once
Yes.
you know the formula for the area of the trapezium, we substitute in what they gave us, and we need to find out how we would have found h. Right? So let's simplify this equation a bit. We end up with x squared is equal to half of x minus 2h. How did I decide there? I just simplified what is in the brackets, right? And squared is equal to x minus 2. I'm trying to get h by myself. So I'm going to divide by x minus 2 on both sides. So in other words, my answer is A. 2x squared over x minus 2. All by using the formula for the area of a trapezium, plugging in the information they gave us in the question, and simplifying.
Very, very, very complex question.
Number 20. Number 24. 3 subtract, open brackets, x minus 2. Because we have a subtraction sign outside the brackets, that means that everything on the inside must be multiplied by the negative sign. So let's rewrite it. We would end up with 3 subtract x plus 2. If we simplify, we would get 5 subtract x. C is the answer.
Please do that again.
All right. We have a subtraction sign outside of my brackets, right? Which would mean that everything inside the brackets, it comes as if I'm multiplying by -1. Because there isn't a number. If there was a number outside the brackets, we would have multiplied it by what is inside, but we just have a subtraction sign. So a way to think of it would be that we are multiplying by -1, even though the 1 is kind of imaginary, right? We're just putting it in for multiplying purposes. So then we end up with my 3 is untouched. So now I have -1 multiplied by x, which would give me -x. And my -1 multiplied by -2 would give me a +2. I combine my like terms. 3 plus 2 is 5, and my -x remains the same.
You don't really understand, but you can go ahead. Go on.
All right, so another way to think of it would be that if just because I have the negative sign outside, I'm multiplying it, it would change the signs of the both items in the brackets.
So because you have the negative sign outside, but where did you get the 1 from?
I just put in the 1 because it comes as if we can say it 2 ways. You could say that the negative sign would just change the signs of the 2 inside, or we put in that 1 to make it seem as if we're multiplying by -1, which would just also change the signs. Okay?
Yeah. It would give me some trouble, but okay. It's alright. I can. I'll try to work around and see.
All right. Number 25. 5 to the power n plus 1 multiplied by 5 to the power n plus 2 is the same as, our bases are the same. There is an indices rule that says once the bases are the same and we're multiplying, we can add the powers. So we end up with 5 n plus 1 plus n plus 2. Combining my like terms, 5 to the power of 2n plus 3. My answer is B. All right? Are we seeing that? Are we seeing that I added the powers?
It's not okay. I had to zoom in really close to see it. Hold on. The second number is 5n plus 2.
Yeah, That's why I wrote it over, because it's a bit small.
5n plus 1, 5n plus 2. So it'd be 5, 2n plus 3.
Yes.
Okay. It's clear.
All right. Number 26. If 5 open brackets y plus 2, y subtract 2, sorry, is equal to 3 open brackets, y plus 4, then what is y? So firstly, let's expand our brackets. We end up with 5y subtract 10 will be equal to 3y plus 12. All right, now let's combine our like terms. I am going to bring over my 3y, but carry over my 10. So I'm going to end up with 5y subtract 3y is equal to 12 plus 10. Remember, when I carry anything over the equal sign, its sign changes. So I end up with 2y is equal to 22. Divide by 2 on both sides. Y is equal to 11. You all with me? You all seeing it?
Yes, miss.
All right. Let's look at question 27. Question 27, we are given two vectors, P and Q, and they want us to evaluate P subtract 2Q. So P remains the same, 3, 7. Subtract 2Q is going to be negative 4, 10. So 3 subtract negative 4 would be 7. And 7 subtract 10 would be negative 3, making C my answer. Is everyone seeing it?
Okay, your cursor is blocking the number and I don't really
Pardon?
your cursor. Can you move can you move the cursor a little bit?
Is that better?
It hasn't moved, to be honest, on my screen. Like
It hasn't moved on your end?
no, the marker, like a pencil. Oh, it moved now.
Oh.
So it's P minus 2Q. Is represented vector P
So in other words,
Q is
2Q
represented.
would mean in P.
So how would you do this question? I see the working out. I still don't know how you do it. Oh, wait, I did not see up there. Item 27 refers to the following vectors P and Q. P minus 2, so the multiply all the numbers, all members of vector Q by 2 and subtract them.
Yes. So basically, they said that we are looking at 2Q. So in the corner here, I would have multiplied everything in Q by 2 to get negative 410. Then we have to work out P subtract 2Q. So it's going to be 3, 7, which is P subtract negative 4, 10, which is 2Q. So then, work it out. Again. 3 subtract negative 4 and 7 subtract 10. 3 subtract negative 4 is the same as saying 3 plus 4 because my two negatives will change to a plus sign, which will give me 7. And 7 subtract 10 is -3. So my answer is C. All right. Let us look at question 28. And question 28 refers to the following diagram of a parallelogram in which EF is parallel to HG. EH is parallel to FG. And the vector EF is K, and the vector EH is M. They want us to express EG express EG in terms of K and M. Right, so we are starting at E, so we're starting here, and here. Let me see, I'm seeing messages. Right, so this would mean that EG, so EG, we're going from E to H, which is M, and then we are going to G, which is going to be K. Right, so my answer is A. Or you could have gone from E to F and then F to G, which would have been the same thing. So this vector here is M, and this vector here is K. All right. Question 29. If 5 times X and Y is equal to 4 times 10 and 20, what are the values of X and Y? Okay, so let's work it out. Multiplying the both by what is outside. So I have 5X over 5Y is equal to 40 over 80. All right, and if 5X, so therefore I have 5X is equal to 40. Divide by 5 to find what X is. X is equal to 8. And 5Y is equal to 80. Divide by 5 to get what Y is. Y is equal to 16. My answer is B. So what I did firstly, I simplified the equation by multiplying. Then I used what I had to solve for the variables. Are we okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, question 30.
That one.
Repeat, sorry, you were saying something?
Could you redo that one, please?
Sure. Just give me a second. Let me just clear up the drawings. Right. So the equation is 5 to be multiplied by xy, because this is what it means. The 5 outside means that it is multiplying by what is inside. So let's work it out. 5 by x is 5x, and 5 by y is 5y. And this is equal to 4 by 10, which is 40, and 4 by 20, which is 80. Because they are both equal, I can say 5x is equal to 40, and 5y is equal to 80. In order to solve for x, I must divide both sides by 5. So I get x is equal to 8. Similarly for y, divide both sides by 5. I get y is equal to 16. Hence the answer being B. X is 8, y is 16.
Looks good.
All right, question 30. We are asked for the inverse of A. And to find the inverse of any matrix, we have a couple steps. So let's work it out. The first thing that we must find is the determinant. So the determinant of A would be AD subtract BC, which would be 2 by 4 subtract 1 by 7. 8 subtract 7 is 1. Right? Secondly, we need to find my adjoint matrix. And my adjoint matrix is where my first and last terms are switched. So my 4 ends up first and my 2 ends up last. And then I change the signs of the other 2. Usually, when the determinant is not 1, we have to put 1 over whatever the determinant is. In this case, putting 1 over 1 doesn't make sense. So I'm leaving it out. And this would mean that my answer is D. Inverse of the matrix is D.
So you found the adjoint, and the inverse is the adjoint?
No, it's the inverse. So the inverse is usually, let me write it over. The inverse of a matrix is usually 1 over the
Determinant?
determinant by the adjoint matrix, right?
Yeah.
In this case, my determinant is 1. So that's why I didn't put 1 over 1.
Oh, sorry, there's some noise in my background. I'm gonna mute.
Pardon?
There's noise in my background. I'm gonna mute.
Oh, okay. Right? Question 31. It took a speedboat 9 hours to travel a distance of 1,080 kilometers. What is the average speed what is the average speed? Okay, so if we're finding speed, we are going to have to divide my distance by the time it took, which would be 1,080 divided by 9, which would be 120. All right? Can we see that?
Do you have any maybe tips on how to do the like division multiplication
Oh, okay. So in
quick
this case, we could
numbers
say,
quick in the
yeah,
exam without a
so no
calculator?
problem. So we do it the short way. So I'm writing it out. 1080 divided by 9. 9 into 10 would be 1. Put the remainder right by the 8. 2, 9 into 0, 0. That's the fastest I could suggest.
But hold on, when you put the 1 above the 8, what does it
That's the remainder. Because
what does it
9 into
become?
10, huh?
What does it become? You put like,
It becomes 18.
oh, and then you just put back the 0. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So how about multiplication though?
Multiplication, like let's say, I don't know. You just need to write out your multiplication because depending on what you need to multiply, it might be easier. Right, so let's see if we have a question that requires any multiplication.
Okay.
Right, and then I'll work it out for you.
Yeah.
All right, so item 32 is a diagram of a trapezium, and they want us to calculate the perimeter. But they want us to calculate the perimeter in centimeters. So that is the part that you need to pay attention to. Because if you notice, all of our sides, our measurements is given in meters. So we know the perimeter is the distance around, so we can start by adding it up, right? So I have 0.41, 0.12, 0.18, and 0.21, right? Let's add 10, 11, 12 on the outside, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2 meters, right? So then we need to think how many centimeters are there in and 1 meter would equal to 100 centimeters. So therefore, we need to multiply 0.92 by, by 100. And when multiplying any decimals by any multiple of, we just move the decimal point, the amount of place of 0. So to multiply 2 zeros, giving it 92 centimeters. C is our answer.
Miss, do you know how to use the table I just sent in the chat? Is it when you go up, you multiply, or when you go down, and when you go down, you divide, or vice versa?
Sorry, repeat the question.
I just sent a table in the chat. Is it when you go up, you multiply, or when you go down?
A table in the chat.
Sure, if you recognize it.
No, I don't.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Let us look at items 33. We are given a circle, and they are saying that the circumference of the circle is 15 centimeters. We have to then find the length of the minor arc AB. So we are given the length that we are trying to find has to come in from this angle right here, which is going to be 120 degrees out of the entire circle multiplied. That would give us our arc. Are we okay?
Not really. Could you just repeat the thought process again?
Okay, sure, no problem. We are given a circle. They are telling us that the circumference of the circle is 15 centimeters. So that would be the distance around the entire. The distance around the entire circle is 15 centimeters. Right. But they're only concerned with this piece here, which is going to be, they gave us the angle as 120 degrees out of the total circle, which is 360, to be multiplied by the distance around the entire circle. So in other words, we are just finding a fraction or a piece of the entire circle. Okay? So you just put the amount of degrees they give you for the portion we're looking at, for the sector we're looking at, over the total of degrees in the circle, which is 360, to be multiplied by its circumference. Question 34. An aircraft leaves A at 1600 hours and arrives at B at 1930 hours, traveling at an average speed of 550 kilometers per hour. A and B in the same time zone. The distance from A to B in kilometers are. Okay, no problem. So let's firstly calculate the amount of time it took to get from A to B. So from 16 to 1930, my time is going to be 3.5 hours, right? 3.5 hours. And my speed is 550 kilometers per hour. And they want us to find the distance. The formula for distance is speed multiplied by time. So that is my 550 multiplied by 3.5. I'm going to do out this multiplication for you to see. I'm forgetting this point right now, so it comes as if I'm multiplying by 35, right? So I'm starting with my 3, so I'm putting a 0 as placeholder. 5 by 3 is 15. 5 by 3 is 15, add 1 would be 16. Now I'm multiplying by 5. 5 multiplied by 5, 0 is 5. 5 multiplied by 5 is 25. 5 multiplied by 5 is 25 plus 2, 27. So let's now add.
It's interesting. An interesting thing. I did not know that in the first, multiply, like when you use a 5. I did not know that you use a multiple placeholder in the first one.
Because
Huh?
I am ignoring the point right now, just for now, So it comes as if I'm multiplying 550 multiplied by 35.
Okay.
Right?
Alright.
So that's why when I'm starting with these 3, in 35, that is going to be 3/10. So it comes as if I'm multiplying by 30. So I put a placeholder. I place a placeholder.
Yeah. Go ahead. Do you think?
Okay. So let's add my zeros. So I'm adding over on the side. 5, 12, 8 and 1 is 9, and bring back my 1. So in my problem, I have 1 decimal point. So therefore, in my answer, I'm just putting it back. So my answer is going to be D. All right. So let's look at question 35. Where we have a diagram that shows a circle where the center is 0 and a major and a minor sector. Right? Everybody seeing the major and minor sector? Right. The question they want us to find, if the area of the major sector is 515 centimeters squared, what is the area of the circle? All right. So let us focus on the piece of the formula that I didn't get. So this side, the angle here is going to be 300 degrees, right? They also told me that the area of the major sector is 515 degrees. So 300 out of the 360 is equal to 515. That's the area I'm talking about. So let me put an A here. 300 out of the 360 of the area is equal to 515. So if I were to try to figure out, if I'm solving for A, so let me break this down so we use smaller fractions. This is 5/6 of the area is equal to 550. If I want to now find the total area, which is A, I am going to have to multiply my 515 by 6/5. Why is it 6/5? Because if I'm carrying over the fractions, I'm writing this part in a different color. What's that? Right. Let's assume I were to carry over the 5/6. That would mean that I would have to multiply by 6 firstly. And then because the 5 is up there, I would have to then divide by 5. Are we seeing it? So then, let me break down my fraction for you. 5 into 5, 1. 5 into 515 is 103. 103 multiplied by 6 would give me 618 as the area of the entire circle. Number 36.
Can I get a screenshot of 35, please?
Sure.
All right, I got it.
All right, number 36. We are given a cuboid. And they are telling us that the volume of the cuboid is 320 centimeters cubed. The height is h. If the length of the square base of the cuboid is 8 centimeters, we need to find out what is h. Sure, no problem. So first thing first, the volume of a cuboid is length by width by height. Right? And because it's a square base, my volume, they told me, is 320. That is going to be equal to 8 multiplied by 8 multiplied by h. So 320 is equal to 64h. I need to divide by 64 on both sides. H is going to be 5. All right? Look for the things that they tell you in the question, like a square base, meaning if the length is 8, then the width would also be 8 because it is a square. All right? Number 37. The area of a triangle is 60 centimeters squared. Its height is 10 centimeters. What is the length? All right, so the area of a triangle base by height divided by 2. So in other words, we are saying 60 is equal to base by 10 divided by 2. Because it is divided by 2, I need to multiply by 2. So I end up with 120 is equal to 10b. Divide by 10 on both sides. B is equal to 12, so your answer is B. All right, for questions like this, if you need to check it, just do over the area. If I'm saying that my base is 10, let's work it out. 10 by 12 is 120 divided by 2. That would be an area of 60. Okay? Question 30. All right, question 38. A square has the same perimeter as a rectangle whose sides are 9 centimeters and 15 centimeters in length. What is the length in centimeters of this square? Okay, no problem. So first of all, let me draw a rectangle for us to be able to see it. And I have 15 and I have 9. So my perimeter, wait, it is also equal to the perimeter of my square, which I don't know the sides, so I'm labeling them as X. Right? So the perimeter of this rectangle would be 48 centimeters. And in terms of X, the perimeter of this square is going to 4x. Right? So when I divide by 4 on both sides, I get X to be 12 centimeters. All right, so item 39 and 40 refer to the following frequency distribution, which shows the average mass in kilograms of a group of children in a school. Right, so number 39, they want us to find the lower limit of the median class. The lower limit of the median class. Any suggestions? Anyone think that they know what this would be, how we calculate this?
Okay, we're doing 39, right?
Pardon?
We're doing 39.
Yeah, 39.
Okay, 41.
41?
Yeah.
Why is it 41?
Because the limit is just the lower. They said the median class, which is the middle class, and the lower limit is just the lower number in the class, like
Right.
40, lowest 41. If you said boundary now, that would be different. You said limit.
It is actually A, 31, not 41.
Oh, so
So let's look at it. If we were to add up all the frequencies, right? So we add in 29 plus 47. 29 plus 47 plus 24 plus 39 plus 11. Right? That would give us 150, right? And if we're talking median, let's find the position. That would be 150 divided by 2. We are looking for the 75th position. Right, so let's look at the first two. 29 plus 47 would be 76. So it is in this class here. The median value is in that class, and the lower limit is 31 for that class interval. Right, this is 76. So my 75th position would lie in this interval there. Are you with me?
yes, ma'am.
All right. So then question 40. How many children have a mass of at most 50? If it's at most, it is going to be everyone up to this point here. So we are going to have to add 29 plus 47 plus 24,
100.
which is D 100. Question 41 refers to the table that shows the frequency distribution of scores obtained by a student on a test. Right? And they want us to find out the modal score. What is the modal score? Remembering that the mode
Don't know.
is the score that appears the most times?
Don't know.
It is going to be
What?
8. The model score is 8 because 12 students got 8.
Oh. Okay.
All right. So remember, the mode is the amount that appears most frequently, meaning the most number of students that got that score. Question 42. Item 42 refers to the following diagram of a cumulative frequency curve, which shows the marks obtained by 200 students on a test. They are then asking us what quartile of marks scored by 200 students is. So let us talk about. This would mean that we are then dividing our data sets into 4 parts, right? So if we're talking about the middle, it is going to be here. This is my middle. Are you all with me? That is going to be the middle. Then I am going to have 2 halves. So now I need to find.
Miss, are you marking? Because I'm not seeing anything.
I just made 1. I didn't do any other markings.
Okay, it just popped up. Can you repeat what you said about the markings?
Right. So I am trying to divide my cumulative frequency into parts. So I'm trying to get it into basically 4 parts. Right? So I divided it into 2 first. So this is the middle. It's going to be 100. It is half of my 200. Then for my lower half, I need to find half of it again. So in other words, I am trying to find 50. So this is going to be, in other words, my lower quartile is in the middle there.
Sir, but you
Right?
can delayed for some reason.
Pardon?
You're delayed. Your screen is delayed.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't know how. I'm sorry.
yeah. Just you can continue, but it's kind of the drawings are not in sync with your voice. If you understand what I'm saying.
You're going and coming. I'm not sure what is happening.
I'm saying the
Right.
draw markings you're making are not in sync with your voice.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a bit delayed.
sorry. All right. So we are talking about. Yeah, I think my Wi-Fi is giving trouble.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am sorry about that. But yeah, so we are looking at where the 50 students would fall. So I'm just going across on my graph. Of course, when you are doing it, just give me 1 second. Just try to sort out this Wi-Fi situation. Sorry, but Wi-Fi issues again. All right, so as I was saying, we found the middle of the cumulative frequency, which is 100. Then we needed to find half of that 100, which would be 50. So that is where I have this mark here. This mark here, hold on. This is 100. Right, should be somewhere in the middle here. So we're in the middle, and we are going to come across until it touches our graph, and then come down to find that mark. Right, my answer is A. So when we're talking, remember, same as quartile, a data set, the middle, my lower quartile, Q1, half of the other side would be Q3. This comes in if you are asked your interquartile. Question 43. Item 43 refers to a bar chart which shows ages of children who took part in a survey. A child is selected at random. What is the probability that the child is more than 4 years old? The first thing that we need to do, we need to figure out the total amount of children that did this survey.
Oh.
Sorry, were you saying something? Did you ask a question? Okay. Children that did survey. So we 3, 4, 2, 5, and 1. So we have a total of 15 children that so let's put those that are 4. So that's 4, 10, 12. I can't see on something. 1, 2, 6.
Where did we get the 12 from?
We added, so the 15 is from the total amount of children.
Yeah.
And then the 12 is for the children that are more than 4. That would be the children that are 5, 6, 7, and 8.
So you
Then let's break it down.
what did you add to get 12? That's what I mean.
What did I add to get 12?
Yeah.
The amount of children that is 6 years old, 7 years old, and 8 years old.
Okay.
Which is going to be 4 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1.
4 plus 2 plus 5. Okay.
The totals of these bars. 4, 2, 5, 1. Those are the children that are more than 4 years old.
Yeah.
Right? So then when we break this fraction amount down, we get 4/5 because we're using 3. 3 into 12 is 4. 3 into 15 is...
The answer is D.
Yes, the answer is D. Question 44. We have 600 students sit an examination. The probability of a random selected students passing the exam is 4 out of 5. How many students are expected to fail? So if 4 out of 5 has passed, that 1/5 has failed. And if we're talking about the number of students, we multiply it by the total. It's 120 students being expected to fail. Are we seeing that? Which of the following is a straight line? So the first thing that we need to consider is what is the equation of a straight line? Right? And the equation of a straight line is y equals plus c. So we're looking at this line to see which of these follow that. Right? Number 46. The point where the function crosses the vertical axis is, so your vertical axis is your y axis, and the point where the graph crosses it is the y-intercept. Question 47 refers to the arrow diagram. The arrow diagram reflects the above relation. Is it that y is less than x? No, that is incorrect. X is a factor of y. So we have 2 going to 8 and 10. 2 is a factor of both 8 and 10. 3 going to 9 and 4 going to 8. The arrow diagram shows the relation that x is a factor of y. Can you all see that? All right. What is the y-intercept of the straight line y 4y is equal to negative 3x minus 8. So the first thing that we should do is we are going to rewrite this equation in this form. Y is equal to mx plus c. I want just y, so I'm going to divide each term by 2. So I get y is equal to negative 3 over 2x subtract 4. In my equation of the line, C is my y-intercept. So therefore, my y-intercept is negative 4. All right? So remember, in the equation of the line, y is equal to mx plus c. M is your gradient and c is your y-intercept. So if they're asking you for your y-intercept, it is just going to be the value in which c is. In this case, it is negative 4. Question 49, if h of x is equal to 3x subtract 2 over 5, then h of 4 is, so in this case, wherever we see x in the function, we are replacing it with 4. So we have 3, replace x with 4, subtract 2 over 5. That is 12, subtract 2, divided by 5, 10 divided by 5. The answer is 2. Are we okay?
No, miss. Can you do back 49? Miss?
I'm clearing it. So when we are given a functions problem, and so they gave us the function, h of x is equal to 3x subtract 2 over 5, right? Then they asked us to find h of 4. So this means that wherever we see x in the function, where we see x in the function, we are replacing it with 4. So let's rewrite it. We have 3. I am replacing x with 4 and bringing back everything else. Right, so 3 multiplied by 4 is 12. Subtract 2 over 5. That is 10 divided by 5, which is 2. Like, all right, can you see it now?
Yes, miss. I understand it now.
Lovely. So they are then asking us, what is the value of f inverse of 1 if the function f is given as f of x is equal to 5 minus 2x. So the first thing that we need to do is we would need to find the function f inverse of x. Right? Because we have to find f inverse of 1. So we need to figure out what f inverse x is going to be. So I have the function 5 subtract. Right? So let's work it out. To find the inverse, we follow a few steps. First, we let y equal the then we switch x and y. So I have now x is equal to 5 minus 2 y. Then I need to make y the subject on that side by itself. Bring the 5 across the equal sign. So it's going to be 5x subtract 5 is equal to negative 2y. I'm then going to divide by negative 2 to get inverse as divided by negative f inverse of 1. Negative 5. Did you all understand, or can you see how I got towards the answer? First thing we needed to do was find the inverse function, right? Following the steps on how to find the inverse of a function. No, so I need to do it over. I'll do it over. I'm going to clear and do this problem over for. Right, so they gave us a function. They said that the function is 5 subtract. Right, 5 subtract 2x is the function. It's here. We need a function first before we try to solve anything. So to solve for the inverse, there are a couple steps. The first step is y, let y equals f of x. Y would be equal to subtract 2x. Then the second step is to switch the variables x and y. Will be equal to 5. The third step is that we y the subject, meaning we want y by itself. So I'm going to take this 5 and I'm going to carry it over the equal sign. Remember that anything we carry over the equal sign, its sign is going to change. So I have now x, it was positive 5, it would become negative 5. Is equal to negative 2y. I just want y by itself and both sides. So getting my f inverse x, subtract 5 over negative. They want me to find f inverse of 1. So in other words, where I see x in the function, I am replacing it with 1. So I now have 1 subtract 5 over negative 2. 1 subtract 5, negative 4. Negative 4 over negative 2. My answer is going to be B, 2. We see it now. All right. Number 1, you're welcome. Number 51, that the value of x to 4x minus x squared intercepts the y axis. So when it is intercepted, it means other words, we have 0 is equal to 4x subtract x squared. Let us factor out what they have in common. Is equal to 4 minus x. Right? And when we're solving, this is going to mean that x is equal to 0. And if we have 4 right. Number 52, line L is perpendicular to the line y is equal to
Miss, your internet is
right.
kind of is making you delayed.
Yeah, but
Miss. Miss.
yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, your internet is making you delayed. Sorry.
Yeah, I am having internet problems today of all days.
Yeah,
Are you all hearing me now?
Yes, sorry. Could you go back to 51? It was I did not. Yeah, was doing things. Yeah. The
When a
internet.
line intercepts the x-axis, that means that y is equal to 0. All right, so I put 0 equal to the equation, which is 4x minus x squared. So then I would have factored out what they have in common because we need 2 values for x. All right, so in this case, x, the one out here, is going to be equal to 0. And what is inside the brackets is also going to be equal to 0. So I am then solving for x on the right. So 4 minus x is equal to 0 would mean when I carry my 4 over the equal sign, I'm going to end up with negative x is equal to negative 4. Because both of them are going to take 0 x on also 2/5 x minus 8. What is the gradient of the line L? When two lines are perpendicular, this line. So if line 1's gradient
Miss. Miss is still happening. Could you restart 52?
a line L is perpendicular to the line Y equal to 2/5 x minus 8. X. So if 2/5, then the gradient of line L is going to be negative the reciprocal. So it's going to be negative, and we flip the fraction, which is 5/2. You all hearing me?
Yes, miss, but it yes, miss.
All right. So we're okay to move on to 53, which is a translation, and they want us to see the translation, which AB is mapped onto A prime, B prime is represented by, meaning we want to see how we get from one line to the next. This question, if you remember, we did it before. So it's looking at point A. To get from A to A prime, we would move across 2 places and up 1 place. So to get from 2 to 4, it would be 2 places to the right. And to get from 5 to 6, it would be 1 place up. Same thing for B. To get from 5 to 7, 2 places across and 1 place up to get from 7 to 8. So therefore, our answer is B. If you would like to work it out, look at point A, the X values. It would be the A prime subtract the A. So we have 4 subtract 2, which is 2. And for the Y's, 6 subtract 5, which is 1. Same thing for B, B prime subtract B. We have 7 subtract 5, which is 2. And 8 subtract 7, which is 1. All right, so item 54. Refers to the following transversal diagram in which PQ and RS are parallel. Which of the following statements best describe the relationship between P and Q? P and Q P and Q are equal, which is A is the answer. 2 lines that are parallel and alternate interior angles are equal. So your alternate angles kind of forms a Z. So let's look at where we have the Z. Right? That would be our Z, and alternate angles are equal. Okay, so any question that you get with an angle, if it is forming a Z, know that they would be alternate angles and they would be equal. All right? So let's look at question 54. They are saying that a ship sails due 8 kilometers due east from A to B. Then it sails 6 kilometers due north to C. All right. So let us look at which diagram would best describe what we have seen. Or let us draw our own diagram and see if we can get one that looks exactly like it. from our choices. So the ship is sailing east from A to B, right? From A to B, that was 8 kilometers. And then it went north 6 kilometers to C, right? And then we have a little north line by A. So my answer looks like, do we agree with answer?
Yes, miss.
All right. '56. In a polygon, angle A is equal to X. And they say that and angle B are supplementary sides of angle B. First thing first, we need to figure out what does supplementary mean. Angles mean that they sum up to 180 degrees. So therefore, angle is going to be 180 subtract X. Okay? Angle number 57 refers to the diagram which shows the graph of the line y is equal to x. In the line, if the line y is equal to x is rotated anti-clockwise about O, which is the origin, 30 degrees, and the image is, all right, let's understand the original line. The original line, I'm seeing someone as if they have an answer. The original line, I think it's Fidel. Yes, Fidel, you're correct. The original line is x, y is equal to x. All right? Visualize a rotation anti-clockwise at 90 degrees. So in other words, we are now going to have our line. My line is not going to be straight. I am so sorry. But my line is now going to be this way. Which is equal to negative x. 90 degrees clockwise would have taken my side. '58 refers to the diagram which shows a triangle within a circle. In the triangle, LM and MN, the circle is O. Right? They want us to figure out the angle angle A. So and equal, these two angles will be equal. Of the sum of the angles in a triangle 80. So my 45 degrees. Because if I already have 90, which is at M, and then I have two angles that are equal that are supposed to give me another 90, it is going to be 45 degrees. Right? That's what I want. All right. Let's look at Question 59. Item 50, first following diagram with angle impression of a point X from Z is 30 degrees. If Y is 12 meters from Z, then the base XY in meters is. We are trying to calculate this side here. Is in my triangle. I always mean
Yes, miss.
I'm seeing people coming with answers. Let's see. Right. So my answer is going to be C. And 35. Are we okay? And question 60 of this paper, we have a right angle, and they want us to know which trigonometric ratio is equal to. So let's write what we are given. This would be my opposite, and this would be my the 8. Are we okay?
Yes, miss.
All right, so we have come to the end of another paper. I'm going to give you all a 5-minute break. And then when you all come, right. So let's begin. We have to write place value of the 2 in this number. Again, we saw this question previously. Find the place value of the 2. Does anyone have an answer for me? All right, so I am seeing A's coming in. So just in case we forgot, remember when we are finding the place value of decimals, you can see it right away. We put a 1 where the point is and zeros so where the number we are looking to find the place value of is. Right, so 200. Question 2. What percent of question in standard notation, the 02086 is written as. So remember, standard notation, we firstly represent the number as a number between 1 and 9. So that is going to be 2, 4. With this, I will point to get back my original number. Point 2 places to the left, right? So that would mean 2 places to the left would be to the power of -2. So my are we seeing that? Lovely. Question 4. In a school, the ratio of the number of pupils to the number of teachers is 20:1. If the number of pupils is 840, how many teachers are there? Right? So let's work this out. We are not trying to find teachers. If we know someone is saying B, A, what is this? One, please. Right. B is in the chat, but let's work it out so that we can see how we are getting B. So let's present the number of teachers, right?
Number of
Big Jago, my players. Party for that, like crocodile. Girl, I give me head, I'm a puff the eye.
Excuse. You're not muted. All right, let's see represent the number of teachers. We know that for every 20 students, there is 1 teacher, right? That is what our ratio is saying. Therefore, let us represent this according to the ratio. So it's 840 students divided by how many ever teacher will give us 20, right? So therefore, 840 is equal to 20t. Now we divide both sides by 20. Our answer is B. There are 42 teachers. All right. Question 5. We had a question. A bag of apples can be shared equally amongst either 6, 10, or 15 children. What is the minimum number of apples that is most likely to be in the bag? Where we will be at the on the lower multiple of 6, 10, and 15, which would be 30. All right. Question 6. If 4.3 multiplied by 0.37 is 1.591, then 43 multiplied by 0.37 is equal to what? If we were to consider, if we were to just take away our decimals, we are not looking at it from the decimal point of view, and we just had 43 multiplied by 37, we would have gotten 1,591, right? But because it is decimal and second in our answer and our right for 3 decimal places, hence our solution had 3 decimal places. All right, yes, so those of you that sent B, question 7, which of the is defined? X is the set of integers from -2 is less than or equal to x, which is less than or equal to 4. So this means that x has to have numbers from -2 to 4 in it, meaning my answer is D.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you explain 7 to me, please?
7, so no problem. All right. So because of these inequality signs, it means that the number -2 and 4 are included. So we have to count it. So if we're going from -2 to 4, so that's -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the set is telling us that x, whatever, whichever number it may be, starts at -2, but ends at 4. So you write out those numbers, and that is the answer. Because of the 2 inequality signs having the or equal to, they are included. Meaning the first and last number was represented in that set there being -2 to 4.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay. Yes, miss.
Right? Number 8. Item 8 refers to the Venn diagram, which shows 2 intersecting sets, P and Q. In the Venn diagram, the number of elements in P is 5, and the number of elements in Q is 9, and the number of elements in P union Q is equal to 10. We also saw questions like these previously, right? So let us write the formula that we are going to use. So the number of elements in P intersect Q, which is what we're trying to find, that is the shaded region. The shaded region is P intercept Q, would be equal to the number of elements in P plus the number of elements in Q, subtract the number of elements in P union Q. So let us write this according to what they gave us. They said that the number of elements in P is 5, and in Q is 9, and the number of elements in P union Q is 10. So we have 14 subtract 10, which is equal to 4. My answer is B. Are we okay?
Just can I have a minute? Just let me, can I read through the question for a second?
You asked me to redo the question?
Oh, no, I want to read through it.
Oh, okay. No problem. Just let me know when you're finished.
Okay, miss, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so we have question 9. Which of the following pairs of sets is an example of a disjoint set? So remembering, what is a disjoint set? That is the first thing we need to remember. Right?
That's
A
it.
disjoint set.
Them
Go ahead,
is
tell me what it is.
a set where there are no, like, there isn't any intersect.
Okay, we have no elements in common. There's
Yeah.
no intersection of the two sets. All right. So given this list, my answer is going to be
A.
A. Lovely. The set of even and odd numbers are disjoint because there are no odd numbers that are even numbers as well. 10. All students in a class Scrabble or checkers or both. If 6% is play Scrabble only and 16% of the students play both Scrabble and checkers, what percentage of the students plays checkers and not Scrabble? So let us work this out. So let's identify the percentage given. We have Scrabble being 36%, and we have both being 16%, right? And to find who just student class is Scrabble, checkers, or both, we know that all the students in the class would be 100%. So that is going to have to subtract my 36% that plays Scrabble and my 16% that plays both to give me 48% of the students which play checkers only. Can everybody see that? All right, lovely. Let us look at question 11. Item 11 refers to the Venn diagram, which shows two intersecting sets. The number of students in each set is indicated. And we have in the Venn diagram, U is the students who play games, H is the students who play hockey, T is the students that play volleyball. Our question is, how many students play either hockey or volleyball, but not both? Okay. We have playing hockey, we have 5.
C.
Playing volleyball, we have 4, but not playing both. So let me write this in set theory first. Hold on. Let me give you a formula and then we'll work it out. Right, so we have hockey and volleyball, but not playing both. There's the intersection, not an A, okay? So, hockey is 5, volleyball is 4, not playing both. This is 2 people not playing both. We are not considering these 2 people there. So how many do we have?
9, which is C.
9, which is C. Thank you. Oh. Right? We're playing either hockey or volleyball, but not both. Question 12. The set of two positive integers that are divisible by 7 is an example of A, an improper set, B, an infinite set, C, an empty set, or D, a finite set. The set of two positive, two digits.
I don't really know the answer, but if I had to make a guess, it would be A.
If you had to make a guess, it would be A. Nah. So let's firstly figure out what they are telling us. Someone said B. Okay, so let's work it out. So to determine the nature of the set of two-digit positive integers divisible by 7, we need to firstly identify the smallest and largest two-digit numbers that will be divisible by 7. Right? So two-digit number, the smallest number that could be divisible by 7 would be 14. And the largest two-digit number, because they made it clear that we are looking at two-digit positive integers, right? Our largest number that can be divisible by 14 is 98. So then we can fill in the numbers in between, which would be 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 6, 63, I need space. 70, 77, 84, 91, and 98. This is the set of two-digit positive integers that can be divided by 7. This is all there are. There aren't any more. It is a set number of elements, so it makes it a finite set. All right, so we can list all of the elements in that set that are two-digit positive integers that are divisible by 7, which makes it a finite set.
Okay.
Question 13. For each $100 sale or part thereof, there is a salesman is paid $10 as commission. If his sales are for a particular month worth $1,020, how much was he paid in commission? So firstly, if he gets $10 on each $100, his commission is going to be 10 multiplied by how much his sales were, which is $1,020 divided by 100. Because he's getting $10 for each $100 or any part thereof he makes, it's going to be 10 multiplied by 10.2, which means he's getting $102 in commission. Right? For every $100 or part thereof, that would mean in 1,000, we have 10 hundreds, and the part thereof would be the 0.2. All right? Are we okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The simple interest. Right, the simple interest on $600 for T years at 5% per annum is $120. What is the value of T? So this comes like a question we did before where we had to find the principal. So the formula for time is what they're trying to find would be the interest multiplied by 100 over the principal by the rate. So that is going to be 120 multiplied by 100 over 600 multiplied by 5. At a bank, EC $2.60 is equivalent to $1 US. For every $1 US exchanged, EC 10 cents is deducted as an exchange tax. How many EC dollars would Leon receive if he exchanges 1,000 US dollars? So the first thing that we need to figure out is, let's clearly write our exchange rate. So we know that we are exchanging EC dollars. This is where we are starting. All right. So we have EC $2.60 is equal to US $1. All right. Then let us now calculate the amount of EC dollars Leon would receive if he is exchanging his $1,000. It's going to be the exchange rate 2.60 multiplied by the 1,000 This is how much money he would receive before. So now let us calculate the amount of money that is deducted. If they are deducting every dollar, 10 cents. Right? For each dollar, 10 cents EC is deducted. We have 1,000 US to be multiplied by the tax amount, which is going to be $100 in taxes. So 2,600 subtract 100, he receives $2,500 EC. Are we okay? Right. Question 16. We saw this question previously as well. A calculator is marked at $120. It is sold for cash at a 30% discount. How much change will Susan receive if she pays with a $100 bill? The first thing we have to find is the 30% of the 120. which is 36. And then when we check to see how much she's paying, which is 120, subtract 36. She paid $84 for the calculator. If she pays with $100, she's going to get back $16 change. Question 17. A man pays 60 cents for every 200 meters cubed of gas used, plus a fixed charge. If he pays $178.75 when he uses 55,000 meters cubed of gas, how much is his fixed charge? Okay, no problem. So he pays 60 cents for each 200 meters cubed of gas. Let's calculate how many 60 cents he's going to have to pay by dividing the amount used by the 200. He gets 275. We then have to multiply this by the 60 cents. So 275 multiplied by 0.60. We get $165, right? If he pays $165 according to how much he pays for his gas, we can then figure out his fixed cost by subtracting the amount he paid, $178.75, subtract $165. Right, he pays, his fixed amount is $13.75. Question 18. A plot of land in value the value of the plot of 1 year later. Any suggestions? Anything? Before we even look at calculating this, they are saying that the land appreciates, meaning the land increases value. Looking at all of my options, what do you think my answer is going to be? If I am adding value.
D.
I am adding value to what is already there. Right? All of the which is not an appreciation. Okay? Can everyone see that?
Yes, miss.
Thank you. Let's look at question 19. A loan of $8,000 was paid back in 2 years in monthly payments of $400. What is the interest as a percentage? All right, so let's pull apart this question. Let's have that we have a loan of $8,000, but it was paid back in 2 years. 2 years is 24 months. For monthly payments, $400, right? mean that $100 was paid back. So let us now calculate the percentage. So let's find the total amount that was paid back, which you borrowed. So to find the percentage, it is going to be that 1,600 over the original amount by 100. 8 into 8, 1, 8 into this 2, 0. Your answer is 20%. Right? Question 20. An article bought for $125 was sold for 100. Calculate the profit percent of the cost price. The first thing we have is let us find our profit amount. Our profit would be 175 subtract 125. We made a profit of $50, right? We need to find the profit percentage, which would be our profit, which is 50. Or 5 into 5, 1, 10, 10 by 5, 10 by 4. Right, so something to note, something to remember. If you're finding profit percent or loss percent, you're finding the profit amount or the loss amount and put it over the cost price. So that is the original price of the sum. Right? Just as in question 19, we put the interest over the original loan amount. Okay? Right. That's a number and its reciprocal may be written. So we know product means multiply, so we're multiplying something. Reciprocal means to flip the number. So the reciprocal of 2p over 3 is going to be a 2p. So the reciprocal and if they're talking about the product, product means multiply. So it's is your answer. 2p over 3 multiplied by its reciprocal, which is 3 over 2p. All right, item 22 refers to the following diagram of a rectangle. The area of the rectangle in centimeters squared is x squared. The equation that may be used to represent, may be used to find the value of x. So let's this area of a rectangle is the length by width. It does that the area is x squared, so let's write it. X squared multiplied by x minus 4. So our answer is going to be 8. With A. No? All right, let's look at, sorry, question 23. In but in June, she saved $4 more than twice her usual amount. In June, how much money did she save? She saves more than twice her usual amount. So yes, C is the answer. 2x plus 4. Twice her usual amount would be 2x, and 4 more than that would be 2x plus 4. All right, if 3 plus x over 2 is equal to 1, what is x? So let us solve this equation. I am just writing it over. 3 plus x over 2 equals to 1. The first thing that I'm going to do is I want to isolate my variables. So I'm going to subtract 3 on both sides. So I end up with x over 2 is equal to negative 2. Because this is division, and to undo division, I need to multiply. I'm going to multiply by 2 on both sides. I get x to be equal to negative 4. Question 25, we have 5 to the power of n plus 1 multiplied by 5 to the power of n plus 2. My base are the same in these rules. Once the base are the same, we can add the powers. So we have 5 to the power of n plus 1 plus n plus 2, which simplifies to 5 to the power of 2n plus 3. B is my answer. Number 26, we're looking for the values of when AB is equal to A squared plus B squared, then the value of, so we are doing this again in 2 parts. So we are doing what is in the brackets first, which just would represent A, and this would represent B. So we have 3 squared plus 4 squared, which would be 9 plus 16, which is 25. So now my 25, let me change color. It's now going to be what is inside the brackets is going to be represented by 25. If I'm plugging it into my formula at the top, it's going to be 25 squared plus 2 squared, making A my answer. All right, 27. If the determinant of A is equal to 0, then A is B, a singular matrix. That is something to note. If a matrix is singular, that means that its determinant is equal to 0. Question 28. They want us to find the order of matrix A. We find the order by saying the amount of rows by, and we have 1, 2, 3 rows by 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. The answer is C. If the vectors P and Q are 2, 3, and -1, 4 respectively, then negative P subtract 2Q is, okay, so let's work it out. So negative P is going to be -3 and -2. And 2Q is going to be -2 and 4. Let us now work out what we have. So we have -3, -2, subtract -2 and 4.
So,
So let's,
Miss,
yeah, yeah,
you multiply the -1. Thought about the 4.
I multiply.
For
Oh,
Q.
I will do one thing, sorry. This is 8. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Right. So let's write out what we're doing. We have -3, subtract -2, which would be the same as writing -3 plus 2 to give us -1, and -2 subtract 8. My signs are the same, so I add, I get -10. My answer is D. Right, item 30 refers to the diagram of triangle OLM, in which R is the midpoint of OL. And further, OR is 3A minus 2B, and OM is 2A plus 3B. They want us to write an expression, right? LM expressed in terms of AB. So let us firstly write in information that they gave us. All right, so they told us that from O to R, this is 3A minus 2B. And from O to M, which is here, would be 2A plus 3B.
Yeah,
They want us to find.
No.
They want us to find LM. Right? L to M. If this is the midpoint, R is the midpoint, that would mean that this side is the same, 3A minus 2B. Right? So to get from L to M, we need to go from L to O, and then from O to M. All right? So that means that we are going. Huh? Chris? Oh, give me back. Okay. So we are going the opposite directions, right? So let us write this as a whole. From O to L is going to be 2A minus 4B, right? We are going the opposite direction. So it's minus 6A plus 4B. That is the first part, plus OM, which is 2A plus 3B. Let us simplify by combining our like terms. So we have negative 6A plus 2A plus 4B plus 3B, which is going to be negative 4A and 7B. Looking at our options, what we worked out is the same as 7B subtract 4A. Question 31.
Can I get a screenshot of that?
So, sorry,
Can I get a screenshot?
let me pull it down so you can see the whole question. Got it?
Yes, miss.
All right. Item 31 refers to the diagram, which shows a cylinder with a diameter of 6 centimeters and a height of 20. We are required to find the volume of the cylinder in centimeters cubed in terms of pi. So the volume of a cylinder is pi r squared h, right? And they gave us the diameter. So the diameter is equal to 6. My radius would be equal to half of that, which is 3. So let us plug in the information they gave us. The volume would be pi multiplied by 3 squared multiplied by the height, which is 20, pi multiplied by 9 multiplied by 20, which is going to be pi multiplied by 180. So in other words, C is going to be my answer, because it is going to be pi multiplied by 180. They didn't tell us what pi is. So the volume of the cylinder in terms of pi, 180. All right. So we saw a similar question to this one, but they gave us the area of the major arc last time. They have now given us the area of the minor arc. All right. So let us work it out. If we have the minor arc being 60 degrees, so we know that we have 60 out of 360, which is equal to 1/6. So if 1/6 of this circle has an area of 103, then the entire circle, which would be made up of 6 parts, would be 6 multiplied by 103, which is 618. Yes, those of you that would have sent D, you are correct. Question 33. Question 33. If it takes a speedboat 9 hours to travel a distance of 1,080 kilometers, what is the average speed that it is going? So again, we found the formula for the average speed. Sorry. To be distance divided by time. So that is going to be 1,080 divided by 9 to give us 120. C would be our answer.
But never mind.
Huh?
Go. Never mind, miss. I'm gonna plug in my phone. So, sorry about that.
Okay. The length of a triangle, the length of the side of, sorry. The length of the sides of a triangle are x, 2x, and 2x centimeters. Right? Let me draw my triangle. It could be x, 2x, and 2x. They are saying that the perimeter of the triangle is 20 centimeters. So 20 would be equal to 2x plus 2x plus x. 20 is equal to 5x divided by 5 on both sides. X would be equal to 4 centimeters. Number 35. 50 guests had 2 glasses of champagne. Each glass holds 150 milliliters. How many liters of champagne were used? All right. So if, let us calculate, each person would have consumed 300 milliliters of champagne, right? Now let's calculate it for each person, which would be the 5 multiplied by 50 guests, which is going to be 15,000 milliliters. All right, and when we are talking about meters and milliliters, 1 liter is equal to 1,000 milliliters. So we have to divide our 15,000 milliliters by 1,000. We would get C as our answer. 15 liters of champagne was used. A square has the same perimeter as a rectangle with lengths 15 and 11 centimeters. So I am drawing my rectangle. 15 centimeters, 11 centimeters. Right? So my perimeter is 52 centimeters. That is my perimeter of both my rectangle and my square. Right? So if the perimeter of the square is 52 centimeters, let us figure out what is going to be the size, the length of one side. It's going to be 52 divided by 4, which is 13 centimeters, and the side squared. So 13 squared is D, 169 centimeters. The circumference of a circle is 154 centimeters. Given that pi is 22/7, the radius of the circle in centimeters is. Okay, no problem. So we know our formula for circumference is 2 pi r. They told us that the circumference is 154. That is equal to 2 multiplied by pi is 22/7. And we are trying to find r. So in other words, we have 154 is equal to 44/7 multiplied by r. So now we have to move 44/7 over to the next side. End up with 154 multiplied by 7/44. Remember, when we're carrying over a fraction, it flips, is equal to r. End up with 1078 divided by 44, which would give us 24.5. The distance around the lake is 8 kilometers. On a map, the distance around the lake is represented by 2 centimeters. What is the scale of the map? Okay. Let us calculate it in centimeters. 8 kilometers would be equal to 10 centimeters, right? And if the scale is 2 centimeters to represent 5, when we break it down, our answer is D, 1 centimeter. So 400,000. Just by doing some units conversions. Ooh. All right. Question 39 and 40. Refer to the following table, which shows the number of books that 58 students bought at a sale. All right. So we need to figure out the modal number of books bought. What is the modal number of books bought? Can anyone tell me? Wait, hold on.
5 A.
1 second, please. Right, so the modal number of books.
A.
Right. And the median number of books that the students bought in the sale is. So let's just figure it out. We know that we had 58 students in total. So if we were looking at the middle of 58, that is going to be my 29th, sorry, and 30th value, just about there. So my 29th and 30th value would fall in B, which is 5 books. So let's add it. 9 at 9 is 18, right? And then 18 plus 13, which would be 31. So my 29th and 30th value is in this section there, which means that the median number of books would be 5. So I'm finding the middle. Question 41. This refers to the pie chart which shows popular games used by a group of students. If 180 students play football, how many students are in the group? So we know that in a circle, we have a total of 360 degrees, right? That is our total. Football represents 90 degrees. They are telling us that 90 degrees represents 180 students. Right? You all with me?
Yes.
All right. So if 90 degrees represents 180 students, and we know that if we're thinking 90 degrees of my 160, that is a quarter. So if a quarter of these children is 180, total would be 180 multiplied by 4. Our answer, 720. Question 42. Item 42 refers to the chart which shows the amount of fish bought in kilograms by the first 60 customers at a fish market. How many customers bought at least 6 kilograms of fish? So let us write in our values. If we're talking at least 6 kilograms of fish, meaning we are looking at those that purchased 6 or more. All right, so let's write in our values. People that bought 6, would you say is 11? 7 is 5. 9 is 4. 10 is 7. Sorry, 9 is 7. And 10 is 3. Right? So let us count. 11 and 5. 16. Add 4 is 20. Add 7, 27. Add 3. The answer is C, 30. All right, can everybody see that?
Can you do that again, please?
Sure. If we're saying that we're looking for who bought at least 6 kilograms of fish, right? So
Yes.
at least 6 means we're not looking at anything under 6. We're looking at everything above 6, right?
6
so
and above.
6 and above, right? At 6 kilograms, let us write in the number of customers. It is between 10 and 12, so we label it at 11. 7 kilograms is between 4 and 6, that would be 5. Kilograms would be between
4, 7, and 3.
10 is between 2 and 4, which is 3. So we are now adding 11, 5,
5, 9,
plus 7 plus 3, which is 30. Okay, are you seeing it now?
Yes, miss.
Great. Let's look at 43. It refers to the diagram which shows a cumulative frequency curve of the heights of 20 plants. It's the range of the set of measurements. Okay, so our interquartile range I was trying to explain in a previous question where we have 20, let's divide it into 4 parts, right? So 10, this is my middle. 10 will be my middle, and my Q is going to be at 5. So Q1 is at 5. Q3 is at 15. All right, so let us now find those values. Let's come across the range is Q3 subtract Q1. So Q2, Q1, let's come down and find that value. It is 2.6. Q3, go across and come down. Just a second.
Hey guys, so Miss laptop died a while ago, current by her, and she was just pushing through until the laptop pass out. So it just died. So I know there's a kind of an abrupt end. What number she was on? What she was on? Jan paper 1, right? 2023. It was Jan 2023 she was doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
no.
There is it. Is the mark
No,
on?
Yeah, so I know it's a kind of abrupt end. Let me just go through the answers for the rest of the questions with you, all right? I'll just get in the paper now. And I'll just go through the answers real quick.
Yes, sir.
Okay, try it now. I'm no Miss Ottley. Miss Ottley is the maths boss. So just gonna go through the answers real quick. Number 44. They wanted to know the chances that somebody would have a negative and negative or neutral negative attitude. So that would be
B.
24/60, which would work out to year D. Right, I just run it through real quick, right? Number 45. The point where a linear function crosses the horizontal axis is the x-intercept. I just run it real quick. So, and you will go and just revise after it. I will see if Miss could send the answer sheets to you. I should have done before. How much papers you did?
2 so far.
How much?
This is the third one.
The third one. Somebody asked what 43 is. 43 is.
Enter.
B. 43 is B.
Yeah.
Number 46. The relationship that best describes the mapping of the diagram is many to 1.
Sir, can you explain how
So
that?
this going to 1 and this going to 1, right? So
Yeah.
then this next one, this going to 1 and this going to 1. And then this third one, this going to 1 and this going to 1.
It's many to 1.
Many to 1, yeah.
Okay.
Many on the left, 1 on the right. Many to 1, not 1 to many. So that will be C. Number 47. I ain't doing much explaining, huh? Especially if Mrs. teach train all you something a certain way, I ain't wanna train all you confuse all you. H of x, h of minus 6, so you'll just substitute wherever x is, you'll just substitute minus 6. So it'll be 3 by minus 6 will be negative 18, negative 18. Minus 2 is negative 20. Negative 20 divided by positive 5 will give you negative 4. Number 48. And 49, if we go to the following graph of a quadratic function, the maximum point of y equals 4x minus x squared. I do have my glasses. It will be 4 and 2. 2 and
I would say D.
The 2 and 4. Say X, then a Y point. Say X, we put X point first, which is 2, and a Y point, which is 4. This is Jan 2023, number 49. The value of X are the points where Y equals 4X minus X squared intersects Y equals 0 would be and X equals 0, X equals 4. 49 would be A. I really need to get my glasses, you know. But now I'm measuring to show quick. Which of the following equations represents a straight line? What do you think the answer for 50 would be? Which one of these is a straight line?
Probably C.
Correct. Number 51. Which of the following sets is represented by the function f of x to x squared plus 3, where x, gosh, my eyes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 3. All right, what do you get for this one? Anybody? Before I see the answer.
No idea.
No idea? All right. Zero, 3. 1, 4. 2, so yeah. The answer 51 is D. 52. A line L is parallel to the line 2x minus 5y minus 8 equals 0. What is the gradient to the line? Alrighty, let's go through these things. I'm just going to show you the answers real quick, just in case the same question comes or something, or they remember the answer, right? 53, which reflects the following diagram of a circle. If O is the center of the circle, then O is the center of the
100
circle.
degrees.
100 degrees, yeah. No, it's not 54. And the diagram.
A.
It's on 40x refers. Oh, did this question already?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is A.
This is a repeat question.
Hopefully I'll get some of those tomorrow.
Yes.
45 refers to the following diagram, which shows rectangle WXYZ as an image of right Y complement X complement Y complement C complement. It undergoes a composite double transformation. What sequence of transformations will map rectangle WXYZ onto the image? All right. If we look at this question and it asks the same thing, what sequence? The answer would be a reflection of in the y-axis followed by an enlargement centered to the original with scale factor of 12. Number 56, in which of the following diagrams is the image what is the diagram of which diagram show reflection on the x-axis?
Flying with birds.
This would be A. Yeah, A. So this would be A. Any triangle ABC, angle A, x1, angle B. What is the size of angle C?
Yeah, one states goes. Boy, hello.
57 will be A2.
Perfect on the x-axis.
58 would be, and first of all, diagram shows angle depression. The angle depression of point X is C. If X 12. If you see this, the answer for number 58. If you see this question is 12 sine 55 degrees.
Opposite.
59. This, you ordered this question already? Any right angle triangle above, the trigonometric ratio is equal to, which trigonometric ratio is equal to 4/8. That would be tan y.
Opposite over, no, that would be sine. Opposite over hypotenuse.
It would this, huh?
It
No,
would be
you're right. It's sine x. 59 is A. 59 is A. And 60. You use the transit. Right. Yeah. And 60 will be C. Alright, so yeah, sorry, I know it's a kind of abrupt end. Miss Rel, thank God her laptop was charged so much that she was
negative.
able to last so long. But the current went by her since after 6. So I don't know what kind of laptop Miss have. I need to find out because I need to buy that laptop because that battery lasts real long. Alright, but all the best tomorrow, guys.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir. All the best. Go and get some rest, please.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, no problem. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Later.
Later. Lord, please bless these students. Help them do the best they can. Help them to remember everything that they revised today, Lord. Help them to take their best foot forward, Lord. Say this prayer in no other name but your name. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen.